Hello, welcome and welcome back. This is Jacob with a new narration series. Or rather, this is gonna be a single part, so narration episode, I guess? But yeah, this is gonna be a narrated piece for the entirety of the Who is Real story that currently, as I'm recording this, has a rerun, which should also be over in a very few short days. I know I'm a bit late, but there was a lot of other things to record, and I just didn't have enough time to properly sit down and record this entire thing. So, before we get into it, as per usual with the other recorded proper story pieces on this channel, narration where there is no one in particular speaking normal narrator voice, I guess. If it's characters talking, I'm doing character impressions to some extent. And considering the story has freaking crews in it, and thank the Lord it's slightly more older, slightly more composed crews, or rather slightly more serious crews. Well, still, that character and another one in this in this narration is gonna be potentially the end of my sanity. But yeah. Anyway, without further ado, let's begin, shall we? First off, let me bump up the background volume, considering the music during the story moments is very low at most times, and I think I'm pretty loud. So, let's begin, shall we? With the stage that is purely a cutscene titled A Pincer's Grace. Knock, enter, the human realm vanishes. Since ancient times, where virtues have taken its steps, vice has leapt a mile. Nature's catastrophes and humanity's calamities pain the common people to their ends. But as the sayings go, humanity's will conquers fate, and evil can never triumph over good. You gallant saviors walk the cardinal winds where found. You draw your arms to combat terrors on the weak. In all the writings new and old, how living still are such bright, flowing scholars. Ah, as they say, fair the food, the wine, and the scenery, fair the people, their virtue, and their company. We see those heroes looming out of time immemorial, each one a vast paragon of right. Yes, I see you two benefactors are wonders to your cores, paragons of right and blessed with a seldom seen heart of chivalry. Surely you must be the hermits of a realm's highest honor. Oh, surely the firmaments took pity on me, spoke that my life shouldn't end here, and those fiendish brutes entered my mind, my rage at once just swells in crescendo. Yet while out of my sense, I charge headlong into their lair. I lament it came to that. It is a blessing that you two luminaries rescued me, and only then I could escape intact. As the proverb goes, mere thanks pale before a mighty grace. The least I can offer to you benefactors is a divination. What do you think of that as a mark of tribute? I guess if you could, let me read that divining magazine you have. Trying to pass the time right now. Miss Slava, that would be your misconception, as they say. Bear a person not by their faults, and strike them not to their looks. Get to the point. Ah, truly, your insight is like a torch to the dark, Miss Lava. It's just like the proverb goes, aid must be seen to the end, like boats are to shore. Though the two of you helped me fend off these things, I cannot hide it from you. Truthfully, I've lost all my luggage. Not just my rations and travel money, but my maps, tent, papers, changes of clothes, and my beloved little teapot. Yes, all lost. After all, my whole carriage sank into the lake. You still have your fishing rod and fan, though. Are you really a messenger? Truthfully, there are some things I like to keep to myself. I could never get a lie past you, so I just have to ask you, to ask you treat me like I am. So you're looking to go with us? Indubitably. Uh-huh. Oh, how could I be so blithe about your personal business? Really, I love to continue inconveniencing my benefactors. Only 300 li ahead is a village by the name of Niweng, rich in fine jade. There's a stage station there, and as long as I have a simple chair to rest on, a bowl of loose tea, and the chance to get my things sorted, I'll be back in the saddle. No more troubling anyone else. I mean, I'm going with us is fine, but all the gloom pincers are pretty aggroed right now. Really strong attacks too. If you wanna go with us, we're gonna need to wait until they settle down first. Oh my, I'm being such a bother to you all. I really am so sorry. That said, why isn't our benefactor Cruz back yet? There's no shortage of those beasts. Are you sure she won't need our help? If you could help, why'd you get chased this far out by the gloom pincers? Just hold tight and wait. Yet your great grace saving me demands recompense. Stuff a pole apart to stand by as my other benefactor braves further dangers alone. I really find it hard to bear. What about this? I have here a copy of a a secret tome. It's very formidable that improves your figure with striking efficacy. This shall be my repayment to you, to the two of you. Can you stop? Chill? Most certainly. Fine. Fine. Stop seizing me up like that. Just ask what you want to ask, I guess. By your dress, you two benefactors wouldn't happen to be people of nearby village, would you? We're not. To be forward, you're not people of Yan. Nope. Then from where do you hail? Higashi? Ursus? Possibly somewhere even further. Like knights journeying the compass. I've heard people of foreign lands always tend to have strange traditions like that. Is it true? False? I'm not... If I gotta say it, I'm a Victorian. Victorians. Yeah, I, know it well. You have literally no idea where Victoria is, do you? Foreign lands have foreign plans. Only our masters in our cities would be so mindful of them. What use would we plain country folk have for ruminating? It's just rare to see guests from afar. The way you speak the Yan tongue was, decently suggestive of it, hence my curiosity. I kinda only looked into Yanese right before we left for... whatever. Oh, Cruz is back. My, now, Miss Cruz. Miss Honorable Cruz, thank you dearly. Are you hurt? Oh, I'll I give you a shoulder rub, a leg massage. I have here a bottle of elixir, a panacea passed down for generations. Its price is, well, considerable, but in the face of you two benefactors, I'll bite my tongue. You can have it for free. You can have it free of charge. I thought you lost all your luggage. I still have some fine goods on me. Backup is what the wanderer's living demands. Such is our way of life. Fine, just do you. Hey, how are things up ahead? Just a few poor little guys I helped find a new home. They settled right down after that. This way we can head on, right? We pass through that reed marsh, followed downstream, and then we found the mountain. You helped roam the gloom pincers. Either way, it's sorted now. We better get moving. Chop chop. Cruz, This head messenger guy said he wants to go with us to Niweng. No problems with that? No problemo. You're the captain this time, Lava, mate. What you say goes. So you're the captain. My apologies, my apologies. My apologies, my apologies. Don't make his racket worse. Now that I mention it, I still haven't asked. What should I call you? Me? I'm just a Illiputian messenger. What necessity is my introduction to the stage? I'm sure you agree. Huh? But keeping the two of you forever in the dark would be quite unbecoming. Whatever next, ho. Just call me Mr. Nothing, then. You just came up with that, didn't you? Not at all, not at all. How could I? That Niweng place, isn't it at the foot of Mount Hushi? That it is, that it is. Dear benefactor, you're quite well versed indeed to have heard of word of a town so small. Then it's right on the way, isn't it? How about this, Mr. Nothing? We'll escort you there, but once we've reached where we're aiming for, you'll need to help us out a little too. Not a problem, not a problem. With my carriage in the lake bed and me waiting for a rescue team to fish it out, my plate is completely empty in the meanwhile. Oh, just as the proverb goes, a drop of kindness warrants a fountain of redress. That I should have the chance so soon to repay your graces in saving my life. Surely, the heavens have smiled upon me. They have smiled upon me. Yet now, that genuine manner with the teary voice reminds me of a certain someone who gets a chunk knocked out of her wages every couple of days. Alrighty, Captain, you decide. You picked this moment to dump him on me. Benefactor, oh benefactor, I plead that you must give me this chance. I've got to admit, having a local would be pretty handy, and Neon's info was ambiguous anyway. That son of a... I'm not familiar with Jan's geography or environment, and finding someone's actually been a bit of a challenge. Why did Closure give her permission to do something this annoying? Because she had a surprisingly productive mood recently. Apart from playing mahjong and eating hot pot, what else has she done? Don't do her like that. If Nia knew that was how you saw her, she'd take it hard. She's used to it. I'm used to her being used to it. I'm just complaining a bit about how she's giving us so much pain. Sorry, I should let you in on the loop first, Mr. Nothing. Very well, everything you say, rest assured I'll engrave into my flesh and soul. 3 recitations before bed, 3 when awake. It's not that big a deal. Our mission's really simple. We're finding a single person. 1 month before. Rhode Island landship. Yeah, long story short, I want you to bring my little sister back here for me. Long story short, my ass, you said basically nothing. Come on, I've explained it, haven't I? I miss my family all that more on every festive day. Counts as an explanation. Big sister, Mr. Little Sister is a matter of course. Isn't that an ample reason? Your big sister yanks you around all the time, yeah? Don't you get it? Drop that subject before you make me even less willing to help. Alright, even if your family's got special circumstances going on, we'd need a stupid huge amount of personnel and rescue resources to get Rhode Island deep into the heart of Yan. There's no way Closure would just roll over and let this request through. Yeah, she let it through. She didn't let it through, she got Cruz to go with you too. Look, come here, I'm betting Cruz wants to tour around Yan a bit. It's not half bad, and she's been scamping through one smoky hellscape after another. It's about time she took a vacation. How did you get Closure to agree? Don't look at me like I'm caught in the act. I really am doing it all for Rhode Island this time. Did you mess with the engineering department again? If giving them experimental materials worth millions as messing with them, then guilty as charged. Humanity seldom gets their hands on stuff like this. If everything goes smoothly, Rhode Island from here on out will have first-rate elite regular equipment to stand shoulder to shoulder with nations. If everything goes smoothly. What the hell did you pull this time? Don't ask. Time will soon tell. I've gone years without seeing my precious sister Dusk. All you need to know is that name. Trust me, you'll know her when you see her, and I'll be counting on you. Why don't you go yourself? She's been hiding from me for years. Why would I need to do that to myself? Fine, even though it looks like you haven't been trying that hard. Hey, since Closure gave it a go-ahead and all, you remember to properly thank me afterwards. Hey, now that's my little lava. I didn't give you your costume an upgrade for nothing. Enough, just stop talking. It's a little present for you. Your costume for Ancient Forge. Didn't you actually love it? You're joking. But you know, I'm pretty clearly saw you spending half the day posing in front of the mirror. Go in my room without consent again, and I will send you out with a bang for real. Alright. You've been wearing that combat outfit for a while anyway, even if you still can cut open space with your daggers. That was a stupid edit you decided to make to the script afterwards. Was it? But from when I came to Rhode Island up until now, haven't you matured a heck of a lot? And you've been learning arts from some real serious characters. So in short, I leave it up to Cruz and you. I better warn you just in case. Dusk's no pushover. She can be a ridiculous pest. Just be prepared to deal with her, and I guarantee you'll go undefeated at the Mahjong afterwards. Ian, you've been hiding something from me, right? Oh, if you think so, then what's the point in asking me? Save it. I'm not gonna dig any deeper anyway. You aren't like us. I can still tell that much. Well, duh. Where else would you find someone as terrifying as me? So, let me just tell you this. I'm willing to help you even though I know how much of a pain this is going to be. So when it comes down to it, you're not going to cut corners on repaying me. Ho ho, little lava knows the art of haggling too. Tricky, alright. I've decided. You dragged us back, and I'll grant any one request of yours. Anything goes, such as forging a divine weapon. I've got six weapon concepts right now. I'm one short of 7, and any old one of them would be enough for you to leave your name in history. What are they? They're badass. Or maybe you want to know some ancient stuff from ancient times. I could consider telling you guys. Not too many people should reasonably know about it, I guess, but if you... Pass. Hey, don't be so heartless. Haven't you been kinda impatient with me lately? Does it suit you, does it? Oh, right, take this with you. And this is... Just treat it like a sort of protective charm. After all, my sisters, well... Oh, helping find your colleague's precious little sister. And strange, for years you traveled myriads far to this place of ours. Benefactors, surely enough you are made of heroic stuff. I admire you. I cannot help but admire you. Did we go that far? No, we can already see Mount Hushi ahead, but it seems like it's getting late. What do we do? I'm in no rush at all. Benefactors, do as you do. The address Nian gave me just says, outside Kowu City, near Mount Hushi. Are there any other settlements around here? None for 1,000 li around. Just Nibang village all alone. Maybe she's living in the mountains. After all, she's the sister of Nian. I get the feeling she might... What is it you think of her? Why do I get the feeling you're not being one bit polite to her? Seeing as we don't have any further clues, it's your time to shine now. Verily, I know this area well. Don't gaze at me like that. I really do know it. When I was young, I'd frolic about this place, come rain or shine. Do you have any ideas? This must be... this I must proclaim clear to you two benefactors. If you wish to find someone in the village surrounding Kovu City, you need only visit a tea house, call out loud, and your friends and strangers alike will come rushing over. Give me one scant hour and I'll be sure to find your... That's right, does the person you're looking for have any particular features? What's their name? What status do they hold? She's called Dusk. She's a painter. Benefactors, benefactors, I see it. So it really was in the mountains. I'm beat. Why do I feel like this mountain's a lot taller than it first looked? I'm not surprised. Well, so deep within the forest and hills, without water or electricity, she built herself a thatched cottage? Benefactors, your friend's sisters truly has a mind for aesthetics. I won't hide it. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this already. But the scenery here is but the scenery here is quality, I've gotta say. If she's a painter, I can imagine her here. Eh? Lava? What you looking for? The protective charm from Neon. I only just realized she might have had another reason for giving it to me, and more than likely it's not anything good. Could just toss it, you know? Cruz, you really are with the biggest complaints about her, aren't you? Benefactors, what if I go first and ask at the door? See if anyone's in. Perhaps we've been looking in error. You don't need to do that. I just feel like we can't be reckless if we're meeting her sister. We need to prepare ourselves. Let's go. Hello, is anyone there? Hello? I presume she's out on a walk? In the mountains? Yet you can see the water mottling this door. The water mottling this door, and the leaves have piled up dead. It doesn't give the air that anyone lives here. Should we try and knock? Hello, is anyone there? Alright, and let's continue on to the next part. Story around stage WR-1, titled First Waking. Let us continue where we left off. We tell of the lame scholar's disappointment and return, and henceforth his melancholy of lost hope. From whence does his story come? Naturally, a painting. What painting? The scholar's loss of an old friend, his heart like unto ashes, and his decade of footing astray. Before their minds once again moved in concert, he made his resolve, and devoted his mind in full, vowing to finish that lifetime's work. To paint what? To paint that never before seen. How would he paint it? He would think thoughts never before thought. Now that we're here, this has gotten quite interesting. As you all know, the limits of one's imagination are set at what one has seen, known, experienced. Relying on imagination to trick those outlining that which is yet unknown is simple enough, but to do so and trick yourself, that is hard as scaling the heavens. After all, under our heavens, where can we find one capable of thinking something as yet unseen? The scholar faced the blank paper and strained his mind for about 10 days, losing more than 30 yin of weight. He had already been lame, and his appearance grew even more fearful. Come the deep winter, the scholar's house had long run out of food. His neighbors feared him, and none dared to approach him. Until one day, the lame scholar again woke in a haze, his limbs powerless, yet his mind clear. He knew well his limits were soon coming. He looked around him, his home a bare 4 walls and a dim room, and felt only that all around him was void, and he truly had become alone in the world. The scholar gradually became unable to see the floor before him, wet and frozen by the snowstorm. Unable to hear the biting wind coming through his door and window, he opened his eyes and blinked, fallen into primal chaos, and felt that the walls were wandering far awake. His desk dissipating, his brush, paper, ink, and stone all ephemeral as smoke. At a certain moment, he suddenly came to know the exact number of snowflakes in the flurry outside his window, came to know the angle of the moonlight and the truth of the clouds. He reached out, fumbling for the curtain of night, and crashed to the floor in carelessness, but the floor was no longer a hindrance to his legs. He fell underground, and then flew into the empty depths. He could not see with his open eyes, he could not hear with his ramped up attention. The darkness surrounding him whole, he suddenly went into an ecstasy, as if only in this boundary were not exist to disturb him. He could seek his true work, rather than copy or desecrate that which already existed. He continued to wait until all had faded to null, until he could not feel even his own withered flesh, before he began to think, only when all creation, all beings had ceased to exist, and his consciousness was alone in clarity, had he briefly become master of his soul. His imagination would never again be restricted, creating works of that which simultaneously existed and did not exist. On his territory of thought, all strangeness arose equal and enveloped reality. It was deep in the night, and as a teacher awoke next door, he saw the lame scholar's thatched cottage overflowing in brilliant light, spectral and dazzling, letting out all manner of sounds never before heard in life, defying description. The teacher summoned his courage and stole a look through the wall. With just that one glimpse, he dared not investigate further. He hurried himself back indoors, and for a very long time could not fall asleep. The next day, neighbors thronged before the tattered cottage. They forced the door and entered, discovering the scholar's remains and naught else inside. All thought he had died of cold, and as the village headman stepped forth to look, he saw sprawled before the scholar a blank scroll of paper, covered full in frost, and nothing drawn on it. Afterwards, the people lamented that the scholar could not leave his past, dying obsessed in front of his scroll. Others said the scholar had long since contracted some strange disease, could not control his own arts, and only thus did this strange case unfold. The teacher, who alone had glimpsed the truth, never talked of the matter with anyone else. It was only in his final moments, he told his son, that the disdained lame scholar, even his name forgotten, was a true master of all eternity. Why? Because that night the lame scholar had in reality fulfilled his promise. He had in reality painted that which had never before been in this world. Why do I feel like those books told it pretty differently? The teacher had not the time to explain, or perhaps he simply swallowed the words he did not have. Thus, in the narrative heard on the streets, there is only one lame scholar's sails billowing with success. up to the fall of his senses. As for the truth of things, I fear not a single soul now knows. See, though, what's so hard about drawing something you've never seen before? I could head back, smear up a scroll, and none of you would have ever seen that. Ah, you can put it like that. You've never seen a vast lake before, but you've seen the ponded waters after the rains. Let me tell you, lakes are ponded waters made vast. In the end, you've seen them before. If the lame scholar had strength, then this is where it lay. Well, if all that's true, then what in the world did he paint? Who knows? Look, could you give the contrived stories a rest? They're not exactly the most fun. Are you gonna tell any others? I want to hear the ending of the one with a lone soul ventures forth to heaven, twin-blade lovers that split the lands. I'll tell you in due time, all of it. It is not possible to tell all under heaven in totality, and I use my scarce predestined 100 or so years of life to tell what I might. If I yet pursue throughoutness on top of it, that would be quite greedy. As you'd like to hear it, the next time we'll see of something else. Alright. By custom, my mouth is worth no money, but when you've paid your tea, see what you might have for an old man's story. It seems we've got a few new faces today, 3 mysterious visitors. I hope these strange tales of mine were to your satisfaction. Was that fiction? If someone told me a scholar caught Oripathy and met his end in melancholy before his wishes were complete, then I'd certainly believe it was true. Add some spice and flourish, and the story tastes all the better. Quite sensible. My thanks. However, I'm not sure myself how many really are true out of all these anecdotal legends. I just have some interest in the field and nothing more. That said, while I might not be any kind of formal storyteller, I've spent a long time in the village doing it, though only the few you saw are actually willing to hear me spout my nonsense. I see 3 unfamiliar faces. What brings you here? Right. These 2 friends of mine came from far away in search of someone. But neither of them are quite as aware of Yan as those of us born here, so I'm giving them some small assistance, acting as their guide. How should I address you, sir? It's been many years since I left home. I long since abandoned my old name to disuse. I fancied myself, literally in younger years, calling myself the Umbrella-Boiling Hermit, and though it's somewhat shameless of a title, I still use it to this day. How artistic! How artistic indeed! By damned luck, I too was given no option but to leave home, and nowadays go by No and Thing, in lieu of names Sir and Given. You can call me Brother No. How about that? I told you that was a made-up name, didn't I? Shh. Cruz, you catch something? Eh? Nothing. I just reckon it's really fun to watch how he lies himself a new layer every time. So, we are both men, fallen to the other side of the world. Then who's the person you 3 mysteries are searching for? Just as the proverb goes, chances are predestined. It truly couldn't be more opportune if we tried. The one we are searching for is also a painter, like in the story we just heard. A painter? This village is modestly sized, and I've never heard of any painter here. What manner of man is this? Benefactor, may you describe? A woman. She should have big, weird horns on her head, and she can use some weird arts. Also, she's a painter. And that's it? That's it. I admit, with that, I have even less of an idea. Oh, this is a strange turn indeed. Could it be that the one your benefactors seek left this place before we came? This village entertains very few guests. If it's as you all say, that strange person would have to have left an impression on us. I can get someone to help you ask around. Good, good. Then we'll leave you to it, sir, and for the time being. Well, Mr. Nothing? Hey, what's up with you? Where did you come in from? What are you talking about? Didn't we... Follow this path and you can leave the garden. Presumably you arrived following a crowd and you're here. My garden isn't that big or small, but it's tough to find your way through it. Ask a servant to help. Huh. Look at me all befuddled. How is it I can't remember now? If you find a trace of that painter and you need help, don't hesitate to ask me. I have some business for now, so everyone, farewell. Here, thank you, farewell now, farewell. Benefactors, shall we go? Wait. And that said, where should we take a look? We visited the tea house, the stage station, and the gardens. Where else could there be any clues? How long has it been since we got here? Oh, why do you ask? I'd say about 2 or 3 days. Are you sure? Most likely I slept awful last night. I'm a little out of kilter. Lava? I can sense it now, but it's so indistinct. It's like... Times like these, you've gotta go with your intuition. My intuition's telling me right now the situation is extremely messed up. Is it some kind of mid-level Originium arts? If it's arts... Benefactors, why the muttering? If we don't hurry up soon, it'll get dark on us. What are you talking about? It's still so The sky, the color. Did we never look at the sky before? We should have noticed any moment we lifted our heads. Now that's odd. Benefactors, what's going on? Look over there. Is that a moon now? And it's broad daylight right now, isn't it? Why have they lit the lanterns on the other end of the bridge? Look behind you. Eh? The horizon on the other side. Is that the sun? Hey, you think us coming back from there to here could have counted as going one full day and night? This is really new to me. Nian always told me that Yan was full of weird unseen wonders and landscapes like this too. Hold on, I think there's something in my pocket. Is this the charm Nian gave me? Wait a minute, hold on. No, that's not right. What the hell do I mean landscape like this? What was I just thinking? Mr. Nothing. I'm here. Is this Nibang village or not? Does it need to be said? Paying close attention, it seems a little off, but there isn't another village anywhere around. This isn't right. It's not right. Cruz, we left Rhode Island, reached Kubu City first, stocked up, and then left the next morning. We were headed across the waste for Mount Hushi, and we saw a crashed car. And then you two benefactors dealt with the beasts and saved me. Just took to a nice new pit to build a nest in, that's all. And then what we... Then we went straight up Mount Hushi and found a thatched cottage. pushed open its door? Bells. Where are they coming from? The bells are sounding? The bells are sounding! Hey, everyone, call your families out. Move quickly. What's happening? It's been so long. Why is it happening today? Excuse me, can I ask what's happening? Are you outsiders? The bells means monsters are coming from the West Mountains. These monsters can't stand light. Just run to where the sun is and you'll be fine. Monsters? What monsters? Look, I've got no time to chat with you. Get out of my way. I need to bring my wife over here. Mama, Mama! Is everyone here? We're still missing someone. Start looking fast. Benefactors? Benefactors, let us hurry and take shelter. They said we'll be fine if we run somewhere where the sun is. Now let us hurry, benefactors. Cruz? Ready? Good. Benefactors? This is no time for jokes. We're no better than paste on our own. Let's hide before we do anything else. Here. Why are you charging them? Alas, my good benefactors, you. Wait for me a moment. Alright, and now to the after stage story. What are these things? Infected creatures? I haven't noticed any signs of infection though. And you say creatures, but whenever I shoot them, they just turn into black stains and disappear. Some kind of arts. Could be. This can't go on. There's too many of them and we need to find the source. Which direction did they enter the village from? Horizon's getting darker, Lava. I know. Still gonna chase him. We're still not sure how we even got here. Things are a little weird. I'm not a fan of getting in too deep right now. Even if it's a lead, we don't need to rush that hard. Benefactors! What'd you come with? What nonsense! How could I abandon my benefactors and flee alone? Do you know what those things are? I've never seen them before either. Look at how my legs are trembling. They're not some kind of Yan speciality, right? As if they could be. If this gallery of oddities were crawling all the lands, they would have long since broken national news. Cruz, Mr. Nothing, listen to me. I can't remember at all what happened after I pushed open that wooden cottage door. When I came back to my senses, I was already in the garden listening to the Umbrella Boiling Hermit. Right, listening to the Umbrella Boiling Hermit tell stories. I have absolutely no impression of how I came to be here. Also, I don't know where here is either. We're all the same. Benefactor, there's one thing I know for certain. This isn't Nivang village. Though I haven't visited Nivang in a few years, the way of the land is fashioned quite old. I ran all the way here just now and I saw not a single electric cable. That makes things even tougher. It's just like we're dreaming, eh? I know what you're thinking, but right now we've got no other way. We can only trust each other. Oh, benefactors. You shouldn't doubt me now. I'm not the sort of lout that flouts others' grace to him. I'd hardly ever be able. That's not what I meant. I'm just taking in the situation. Everything's been too strange. We're not saying we don't trust you, Nothing, mate. It's just we need to be cool and think about all the possibilities here. Baseline is it's some kind of trap. Whether everything in front of us is real or not is a tough question. Now, benefactors, don't treat me like I'm young. I may be carefree as the wind, but I'd still wager I'm older than you. Originium arts, the possibilities there, but the difficulties beyond. Is it connected to some specific place? Or did they conjure an outright illusion for us? They're quite the eccentric, my benefactors. Any normal person would have never be capable of this line of thought under these pressing circumstances. Any normal person, yeah. Even if we don't know where we are, the geography here is way off. The sun and moon are fixed in position opposite places. Most of the houses are built towards the night side here, while the farm and markets are on the other end. But the locals seem totally used to it, and just now, those things. We need information. The faster the better. The bells are ringing again? You only hear the bells that sound like this in Yan and Higashi. The bells, everyone, it's alright, we're safe now. So soon. I didn't notice a hint of those things. I saw those outsiders pushing back those monsters for us. They're not even scared of those things. I see it, we should do this in one go. Charge in the mountains and wipe them out at the root. I've had it with how they just come whenever they want. Don't be like that, you can't be too difficult. Oh, sir, you're back. I should go now and find those 3 heroes and tell them I insist they come to my place for a chat. Lest we neglect them, we must properly convey our thanks. Got it. Hark! I am most at home when I work the spell. If the old head priest of my monastery knew I was still so diligent in foreign lands, he would surely be comforted several-fold. Saga? Oh, the shopkeeper. What is the matter? I heard the bell. That means it's all over, right? I heard from Master Yishuan that some guests from afar helped defend the village. Have you seen them? Nay, I have been posted at the bell all this time, have I not? Yet if I had a bell tower like onto the one in my monastery, mayhaps I could have seen them from afar. To speak of which, I have been here for some time now. This is the first time I have seen the ink spirits come in such great waves. Is it mere happenstance? That's why I want to ask if you could go meet those strangers. Oh? Alright, on to the next part on stage 2, titled Ink Spirits. I see. You sought your friend's family for her, and so came from Shia myriadly away to Yan. Admirable indeed. However, Mount Huishi and Kobu City, I've never heard of any cities like it in the vicinity, but this place isn't far from Mount Sky. Perhaps it's a small peak I know not the name of. The possibility is there. Eh? Mount Sky? Well, this is annoying. Sorry, could I ask which part of Yan we're in right now? This place is at the edge of Mount Po. Its name is Poshan Village. Hmm? I've never heard of it. Absolutely never heard of it. Okay, then what's the current year? The year is Jingzhou 7, currently the beginning of spring, with the dusk riding just past. Huh? Jingzhou? Benefactor, I won't mince words, my history is quite poor, but Jingzhou has to be centuries ago at least. I've never heard of the era by that name. What's going on, Benefactor? Could we have tumbled 1,000 years back when we opened the door? Did they have gardens and buildings like this 1,000 years ago? Of course they couldn't. Perhaps this umbrella-boiling hermit blurted out pure nonsense, but I can't imagine he'd do that, knowing how refined this manner is. Heroes 3, you've come to our aid, and you are my honored guests. If you have any questions, ask them forthright. You needn't refrain. Could we trouble you to tell us about the culture and customs here? To be honest, this place isn't where we thought we were going. It seems we went astray and we're sort of at a loss. For example, tell us about this village. Ah, there is much to tell of the origins of Poshan village. Story has it that 70 years ago, a great fire started on a rich merchant's property, bringing untold calamity. The rich merchant was frightened and planned to leave, to find a place where nature blessed treasures lands, so he could live out the rest of his days. Subsequently, in the midst of all of this ashes, the people of his village found a peculiar painting on the ground. Painting? Correct. The house had burned to the ground, yet the painting scroll remained unharmed, and after brushing off the ash, it was as good as new. The merchant heard of the painting, dove deep into his pockets to buy it back once again, seeking good luck to ward against fires. In his new residence, the more the merchant gazed into the scenery of the painting, the more he took an interest. He sent out hundreds of servants in search of the marvelous feng shui the scroll had portrayed. And so came here, and so this village, and this garden came to be. Was that your ancestor? Not so, not so. The world's affairs are never constant. Decades in the past, after the merchant's death, his few sons in their incompetence frittered away the household's wealth. By chance, my father had some spare money from a string of opportune coincidences, and so bought the gardens and settled down here. Afterwards, as nearby catastrophes were infrequent and the mountains and rivers gorgeous, many talented scholars were drawn here, and over time, Poshan village became as it is today. I mean, it sounds wonderful. No issues with it yet, I think. So, the color of the sky? The what? I mean, daytime and nighttime seem to be fixed together. We've always worked as the sun rose and rested as it set. What doubts might you have? It's been 2 hours since the bell sounded. With the 12-branch double-hour system, it'd be one of those. The sun hasn't moved at all. What's causing that? The sun move? The sun and moon sit in the sky, sun in the east, moon in the west, eternally unchanging. What other position would they assume? You all have a peculiar look on your faces. Have I said something improper? Benefactors, if I could interrupt just very quickly. May I dare ask, will you again be telling stories here the next day? Naturally. As that is the case tomorrow, I presume yesterday you also took up your hand fan and gavel block. I lay at home with the collection of strange tales as my one and only hobby, but the art of storytelling to pass the time. Thus every day, in the 2 afternoon hours of the monkey, changing for nothing. Then with the sun and moon constantly above, and today, the next day, and yesterday, how should you define what one day is? You're quite the jokester, brother No. 12 earthly branches make up one day. Need you ask? Do the 12 branches and the 24 hours not track the time over one day and night? How mystifying. I wonder just where you all came from. The 12 branches indicate the necessary periods between the sun rising above the earth in the far east and the moon above the mountains in the far west, don't they? Of course, they also indicate how this road is partitioned east to west. Poshan village lies from the late morn 6th to the late eve 12th. I've heard tell of mountains beyond mountains. Could it be that beyond Hongthong and downstream of the Tongsheng River, other places are not so? Then, suppose Poshan village alone occupies such a vast domain. If there are villages elsewhere, when have they been forever without daylight? Oh, they'd be stuck in the day, and never even sleep properly. Sucks to be them. This, this I am truly unclear on. Have you never left this village before? Aren't there any other travelers here? I never have. Very few people have ever come here, and of the youth that leave, very few ever return. I must confess, the Yan we presently know is from the library the rich merchant left behind, and nothing more. Has a catastrophe never struck this place before? They're just as rare, at least apart from the ancient records. Of 3 generations have never seen one before. Our 3 generations. And so we hardly leave the bounds of Potion Village, and just as you see, scarcely any travelers come here, let alone any officials or messengers or other such persons. To say Potion Village is presently cut off from the outside world would be no exaggeration at all. That said, only when you disregard the affairs of the world can you be content. And the monsters? I know not when it began. Come every dusk riding, Mount Hung Thung often bears monsters that come to disturb the village, over perhaps 3 to 5 days. For so many unbroken years, it has been this way. In these years, I have turned every record over, asked the very few strangers whenever I could, and I've never found any way to address it. But as long as you hide somewhere the sun is, those monsters won't come near. Versus braving the dangers and battling them till one side is dead, much better is finding peace and safety hiding under the sun, passing another night and staying vigilant throughout. Over time it became a usual practice of ours here. Dear me, and I thought this place was a true peach blossom utopia. I hadn't imagined such troubles here. Those monsters are much too frightening. To give them a wide berth is the sensible thing. Benefactors, their ways are plainly much too strange. Sir, one last question. You know that we came here to look for someone. I have a token. Could you take a look? This is... Oh. Craft to surpass nature. However, most regretfully, if I'd ever seen such an unusual item as this before, I'd certainly... Sir, the feast's prepared. Good, good. May I ask you all if you found anywhere to stay in the village? Not for the time being. You've arrived as guests. It'd be best if you rested here here for some days, and once the dusk riding has passed, you hurry on your way again. Benefactor, your verdict? It's not like we've got anywhere to go. We may as well stay in the village for now and gather intel. This place obviously doesn't match up with the Yan we know. Not to mention, we still have no indication of how we got here. Right. In that case, we'd be best to accept. So, in the end, we still don't have a little clue. Heh. But the tea here smells great. Is this how their green tea is in Yan? Cruz. Don't worry, I've got my manners. I could drink this. They've put out fruits here. Ah, are you testing for poison, benefactors? You shouldn't have said sooner. Let me come to your aid. Hey. Dear benefactors, this fruit is quite fresh. Peculiarly sweet. I didn't mean... Mind it not, as the proverb goes, one cannot lack the heart to protect, no? I wasn't worried if they poisoned anything. I was just checking through everything in our perimeter. You're pretty fidgety right now, aren't you? No problem, we're all the same, lost in the fog. It's like we're checking if we're even still alive. Checking again, huh? You chill here. I still need to take another look outside. How could I leave my benefactor to toil alone? I must accompany you. Then let's split up and move. The way things are, none of us is gonna sit still. Alright, then shall we meet in 2 hours? Good. Do you think we can trust him? Even if it's not rare to see poor bastards in a tight spot on the wastes, coincidences like this are the last thing you can trust. I think so too, and it's a fact that he's been deceiving us. Gloom pincers that leave their nests are highly aggressive. When we found him, he was up in a tree looking all sad, but he was about 800 whole meters away from the car crash. And just seeing his actions, even if he's got no ill will, we've still gotta be wary of each other. I'll keep an eye on him. Ah, I may have been drawn into something indescribably bizarre, but I suppose that has had a silver lining. Speaking of which, this truly isn't any joking matter. If I can't find a way to return, then what do I even do? Oh, but Lava and Cruz have been quite the saviors to me. I can't fault them for this. I'll just have to see as I go. Oh, my apologies there. I'm truly sorry. I was lost in thought and clearly wasn't watching my way. Ah, by your appearance, surely you are from the outside, are you not? It has been so long since I saw a visitor. I am Saga, humble servant of the Buddha, a wandering monk from Higashi. May I ask from whence thou comest? All I can say to that is Aburage. Anyway, after stage story. The finishing touch is the hardest part. Lady Shu racked her brains for all along she has been lacking that final touch. Lady Shu dared not be reckless, but ultimately could not find the idea she must took to. Her mind in turmoil, she could only take to the streets to relieve her boredom. There she so happened to hear a butcher calling out, and in the cage by the butcher's side there was shut a plump foul beast. For a long time, Lady Shu stared at the foul beast. Perhaps it knew its death was soon to come, and stupefied, the animal watched the pedestrians pass to and fro, making surprisingly little commotion. Watching and watching, Lady Shu couldn't help but begin to imagine herself as that foul beast, and deep inside what it might be thinking. All who came and went were other sorts incomprehensible and far from the grass and riverbanks, in this wilderness of a culture not its own. It was one and alone. Fate was long since a foregone discussion, and it could not only seek a momentary release, but nothing more than helplessness and apathy, such indescribable feelings. Lady Shu found herself taking a few steps closer, and the foul beast, as if drawn in by that gaze of wild imagination, turned to Lady Shu. In that cosmic instant, there was no need for fierce efforts, sparse colors, and no need to worry how the noble purchasing a painting felt. Success and failure, gain and loss, in the eyes of this livestock awaiting slaughter, Lady Shu found an answer to all of them. She paid the money to buy the fowl, kept it in the pond in her garden, and immediately took upon her brush to add the finishing touches. The movements coming like a flow no longer hindered at all. On the second day, Lady Shu finished with ease the court lady painting, and received high praise from the officials and nobles. Carrying great strings of gold and silver on the way home, Lady Shu had all along felt that beyond the finishing touches, some little bit else was missing. and was frustrated, as though she had failed. Only when she opened her gate and saw that fowl treading water in her pond did she come to a sudden realization. She thought she had achieved success and had long escaped the chopping board, scarcely imagining that she had only changed the pond she was in and left for freedom once again. The present Lady Shu had long advanced past the full-spirited youthful girl she once was. Over the decades, she had taken up her brush with fame and fortune both, yet her husband had passed in his prime. Now she had to gaze over the looks of others, who would still come to give her finishing touches, to let her free back into the fields. What returned to Shu Manor that evening was but carriages of gold and silver riches. It is said that afterwards some sighted Lady Shu at the border of Jiangji, but regardless, ever since then the lady painter acclaimed as the place where magnificence dwells was never seen again. 20 whole years later, among the powers of Xi and the City of Dusk, there circulated a painting reputed to be Lady Shu's final work, her swan song. Most people thought it a fake. It was incomparable with the works of Lady Shu in her younger years, and its content was incomprehensible. A great deal of the painting was left blank, depicting only a foul beast, its appearance as though dead. Many evaluators believe that among similar paintings of beasts, quite a few great painters drew the beasts of flight and field, vivid and lifelike, remarkably animate, as though they could emerge from the scroll at any time. But this foul beast was abnormally stiff, lacking all life, for it was regarded as a fake. Among Lady Shu's admirers, there was one named Qiu Yu. He was wise with business when young, and was presently come on hard times, scattering his wealth away, hanging in the balance his most frustrated moments. Qiu Yu saw the scroll, saw the foul beast's eyes, and it was as if lightning had struck him. He returned home, half dreaming, unable to settle for the longest time, and after more than 10 days without proper sleep or food, he made up his mind and gathered himself once again. The world's affairs are inconstant. Perhaps only those in frustrations throes like Qiu Yu could see clearly the implication Lady Shu had hidden in the eyes of that foul beast, pale as ashes, the longing without end, and the meaning of that beastly prisoner within the painting. Life is no more than this. You've gathered a lot of these anecdotes and apocrypha, sir. It really is an eye-opener. That said, it seems most are legends about Yan painters. Indeed, the library in my study is quite abundant, and doesn't lack in handwriting, folklore, nor tales of the strange. But there is no doubt that a majority of it relates to the outstanding painters in history. Of course, there are also records of minor characters which, for all sorts of reasons, have been buried in anonymity within the history of Yan. Though ultimately they were never able to stand out in prominence, they still have graceful glimpses of this world of ours, their writers unknown, neither if they are true or false. Come to mention it, Miss Lava, your friend's person you're searching for is a painter as well, isn't she? If she is a recognized name, perhaps with some small fame somewhere, then I may or may not be able to find some clues. Uh-huh. Look, well, here is the exit of the village. Oh, under this time of the sky, you better be utterly blind if you didn't carry a lantern. Master, dare I ask, have you ventured beyond the village before? Oh, did not you all come from outside? I I was quite drunk at the time, and when I came to, I found myself lying down already in the guest house with my companions. I understand. To the west there sits a Mount Hung Tong. Exit from here, walk some ria along the mountain path, and you will arrive. However, strange demons roam Hung Tong all year long. I would advise that one keep a healthy distance. B- by demons, you mean those monsters, right? When you know how true face of those things, when you know the true face of those things, dear master, I can only guess the smallest idea. I do not dare to bear false witness. I call those things as spirit. Ink. Ah, because they all fade away as puddles of sewage. Quite a snug analogy. Such is the prowess of a great master. Thou flatters me. This only from my childhood, as my head priest would tell ghost stories of sprites and spirits, which I remember deeply. How modest, how modest. The local people give the name dusk riding to the days when ink spirits invade and pass all night in vigil, hiding under the shelter of the sun. This a far cry from the Yan dusk riding eve I have heard of. Might it be that Yan is a country of vast lands, and the custom in every place are their own? Not at all, not at all. I've never heard of any dusk riding like this at the New Year, and needless to say, I've never met those ink spirits before. In my journeys, I've only met ink spirits some meager times, as it is here at Poshan Village. Well, then we can count ourselves sorely unlucky, arriving here to immediately see the ink spirits attack the village. It's fortunate it didn't last long, or else I might have been finished right here. I had believed thou wouldst know all by thy finger-counting divination. How would I? Even if I had that capacity, it wouldn't... Hold on, the ink spirits you're talking about, do they usually leave Mount Hongtong? Could lone ink spirits happen to stray near? When unoccupied, I may stroll about the village, and I have never seen an ink spirit approach, save for last time. It was truly a crowd to behold. So you mean if you see one, that means there's a whole gaggle? I believe it is most likely so. Then we better be on our ways. Oh, what dost thou mean? Ah. Miss! Wow, what's the matter? My daddy said you're a hero who helped the village, so you gotta be really strong. Are heroes all strong people then? Aren't they? Heroes are just willing to help, that's all. Amazing. Ah, look, miss, here's the guest house I was talking about. It's called the Tui Ching Lu. Those are some really pretty yen birds. You can read them? Yeah, I can. Sweet, let's go in and see. Wow, the guest room has even more light than inside my house. Not too shabby at all. Miss, are you gonna stay here? It's great. Furnishings, standalone table and chair, things that look like words too. They're all clues. Gotta note them down. Hold on a minute. Ah, I think I just heard a bell. Master, could we perhaps pick up the pace? We cannot rush. I must strike the full 12. But, didn't something just fly past the eaves? Still short, the last 3 times. I'll help. Oh, they came twice in one day. Why so frequent? In one day? You mean in 24 hours, right? It really is a pain that daylight and nighttime don't ever switch. If you overslept, you'd end up losing track of time forever, wouldn't you? Sleeping is no good habit. Though I must note how unruffled you are, Miss Lava. Presumably you did not cover when those monsters first appeared to you either. These things happen, and you seem pretty calm yourself. See the sun strong above our heads. Those monsters would never make their way here. Nobody will get hurt, right? If you slow to escape, I fear they're unavoidable. If you do not lose your life, then you are already very lucky. Mr. Umbrella Boiler, I have a suggestion. Go ahead. We'll help Po Shan Village past the Dusk Riding safely. Those monsters aren't strong, and we'll give it all we have to ensure our the villagers' safety. I want to wait until Potion Village is safe, and then I'd like you to help us leave, Mr. Umbrella Boiler. Leave? Here? That, of course, is easily done, but you've only just arrived, miss. Are you truly willing to endanger yourself for us? No problem. These monsters only look scary, they're not actually that tough. Then let me first thank you, on behalf of all of Potion Village. My benefactors! Oh, so those are the benefactors, Lava and... Lava that nothing spoke of. Well met, well met. I am Saga, humble servant of the Buddha, from Higashi. Now, master, the self-introduction can wait. Those ink spirits have plunged straight into the village. Mo, Feed, Liang, too. This is the name I chose for those monsters. Ing Spirit, Mo Liang, alien of the Shi, Mei, Wang and Liang monsters. Very good. We finally have a unified way to address them. Those ink spirits aren't much of a threat. You don't need to be so nervous. Oh, quite imposing. I approve. Benefactor, I feel this might be somewhat different. What's the difference? They're, well, a bit of a horde. Alright, and let's continue. Stage 3, there's no story. Just a battle stage. Stage 4 continues the story. Titled Shopkeeper. Is there anyone still left here? Hurry over to these storytellers and hide. To the east, hurry! Ever since we noticed the sky, I've been conscious of how the further west you go, the more nighttime it actually gets. If so, are we currently heading from the noon to the twilight? Quite a poetic ring, actually. It's not right. The distance from daytime to nighttime is just too short. We've only gone how far? The length of the painting scroll does vary, and it's every set in a strange, wonderful turn. The people in the picture have all set costumes of their world, but in the end it's still artificial. That much is unavoidable. And I am saying... Wait, what? What? What did you just... Someone's still there. Here. This way. Save me! Fear not, I am here. Duh. Oh, just as expected. Once cut down, it becomes an ink stain. Most strange, most strange. Master, I commend your talent. Lower not your guard, good girl, and make haste for the east. got it. You all be careful too. It looks quite a few villagers didn't run in time. It was like too sudden, no chance to... Papa, Mama... There's a child there. Oh no, get down, now! She won't make it. I'm not doing crying sounds. Whoa there, too close for comfort. Are you okay? Yeah. Just now, did someone stab the creature in the throat? That would be Cruz. What a tricky angle. Where is she? Don't look, you won't find her. As long as we know she's here, that's good enough. Gotta prioritize ensuring every village makes it out of the night. Oh, quite profound report. My horizons do broaden. But how do we bring this girl with us? Don't take her up. You take her out of here and to somewhere safe, okay? Barely, as if I couldn't. However, I really cannot bear to cast off my benefactors and take refuge alone. The fact I cannot accompany my benefactors in looping off heads and spilling fresh blood is a true shame. You can take the child to Mr. Umbrella's place first and then come back to us. Alright, very well now, very well. Young miss, would you care to come with me? Mister, have you seen my mama? I'll take you to find her, okay? Thank you, mister. Benefactor, shall I depart for now then? Yes. Sir, will it be safe relying on just Saga and the three heroes? Sir? No matter. What's wrong with him? Is he in a bad mood today? Did he forget to sleep last night? Sir has culture and grace. He's not the temperamental kind. I bet he's tired, worrying all about us. We should give him some space. Let him sleep. Cleanse the six senses. Sever all desires. Aburage. Yep. You're pretty strong yourself. I grew from a childhood in the monastery. It influenced me and I learned a few ways of the sword, that is all. You call that a few? Mind not, stay while I open a path for thee, lava. Those monsters are starting to fear you. Now that I mention it, do ink spirits even have intelligence? Oh. Why'd you stop? Wait, you can understand what it's saying. A bare perception. If thou wouldn't observe, this ink spirit has not committed any wrongdoing, as it is sincerely regrets, and it will no longer torment the village. We shall let it go then. Gah! Is that okay? It is all right. I know it to be proper. Gah! It's fallen quiet now. There shouldn't be any other villagers remaining. Can we have a chat for a moment? Lava, thou art indeed solemn. Perhaps I have done wrong in some way? No, you're fine. It's just what you said before. painting scroll. It seems like you understand this place. Indeed, I am a wanderer and have been so for some time. This place doesn't seem to deserve the word wandering. How large can a single scroll be? What do you mean? Are we in a picture? That is so. What exactly do you mean? Ah, I understand now. Your party is akin to me, having earned and fallen into these mountains and rivers. Huh? At the outset, I was only passing through the Kobu boundary in Yan. Suddenly, I had the thought that I wanted to visit the posterity of the great artist. The sight under the waterfalls and Mount Hushi is beautiful beyond comprehension, and I slept one night in a thatched cottage in the mountains. I had never thought that next I opened my eyes, I would be here. Hold on, wait. What do you mean? You were looking for Dusk too? Dusk? I have never heard a tell of this name before. The one I sought was the Yan painter for whom one stroke crude mounts rose, whence the words winds flow. But working out the days, I fear that that painter had already left our world of mortals and thus thought to call upon their former residents. That is all. In any case, first you went to Mount Hushi in Kobu in Yan, and then you inexplicably ended up here, right? No, that is not false, but why does it agitate thee so? And then you said this place is a painting scroll. Nothing of this world confesses to reason. Lava, didst thou never realize? No, I know that, but why a painting? It is difficult to explain, but I have traveled this Po-Shan village across about 100 or more scrolls now. At least I am well aware of where I myself am. Those people are real, living people. The tea has flavor. The fruit is edible. This is all just some sort of art. But if it was, then what kind of... It is completely beyond my reckoning. Had I not the fortune to glimpse the truth of this world, I fear that I too would be unable to realize where I am. No catastrophes disturbs here, and all living beings follow their own customs, creating their own enclosure. Too wondrous for birds. Staying here, I have never wanted for ease. That's... that look of thine face is all too unavoidable. When I first met the Duskin Xio, she took the same look as thee. Slow down. What did you say you... Who did you say you met? I met a... Wait now, those lights, could they be the merchant's shop? So she never took refuge? We must act. Wait for me. Alright, don't get so excited. Why did you come scare people? Why did you come to scare the people? What did she tell you? Ah, I see. She's still the same as ever. Shopkeep. Go. Ga. Shopkeep, be thou well. I'm fine, and who is this? Oh, this good person is Lava, one of the outsiders who were all the hubbub earlier. Nice to meet you. This is the proprietor of this shop. Her sole name is Dawn, as of the daybreak. You didn't get attacked by any weird things? I'm not aware of any such things. Young Dawn, I do not know if those ink spirits may return again. Wouldst thou permit us to lie in hiding here to observe for a bare while? Alright. Okay. After the battle stage story. Young lady, look at how the sky is bright now. We've gone quite a far away, and we'll be there soon. Don't you cry. Now, I'm here with you. You're perfectly safe. Don't cry now, don't cry. Look, you can see the garden. We'll be right there. Why are they here? Weren't they meant to be to fear the sun? Come, ride on my back. Hold on. Mister, run faster. Don't pull on my hair. My glasses are falling off. He runs pretty darn quick, that Mr. Nothing. Hero, what are you talking about? Ah, nothing. You get to the garden and hide quick. Leave the outside watch to me. That miniature ink spirit seems a little faster than your garden variety originium slug, but it also looks like it's gone a little dizzy. Maybe it really can't catch up to Mr. Nothing? Who would have thought? Gaga. Watch this. Hey, ha, yeah. Can't catch us now, can you? Yeah. Mister, run a little faster, come on. I've wanted to do that forever. Pull off a little something when you're chased through the streets, just like all these martial arts stars on their silver screen. Faster, faster! Don't smack me, I'm not a burden beast. It went around, with the sun shining on its ass. Didn't they say these things feared sunlight? Save us! Here, young lady, you go on ahead, I'll... It's Cruz, my benefactor. Dear me, here. Good benefactor, come. If you had a free hand, you could have helped me a little sooner. Where are you? Right here. Yeah, miss, where did you come from? I would be remiss not to allow your sniping skills as beyond the blue. You slip about like a ghost. Land without a whisper. You really are... Miss, thank you for saving Mister. Run on back quick. Your mom's been looking for you for ages now. Benefactor, why don't you hurry to Lava and Saga's aid? Let me keep watch here, safeguard the perimeter. Didn't you just cross your heart you'd return to Lava to help her? Benefactor, might you have the gift of clairaudience? Nope. Why have you been holding on to that folding fan the whole time? I simply must. This fan is the most precious thing I have. A present to me from my most respected teacher. I'd hate to let it out of my grasp. Moreover, here, clasping this fan is in my hand, I look quite refined, don't I? Why did that ink spirit get over here just now without any trouble? It counts as daytime, right? I was wondering too. That cretin chased the wind out of me. Anyhow, better head to for lava. It's quiet. We're clearly on the fringe of the night here. I can only see a crack of dawn light. Why aren't there any monsters charging through? I also thought it strange. It has never been so peaceful, has it? Isn't it good that it's peaceful? Ha! That is so, and may at last catch my breath. Careful, you don't crush any goods. Saga, the dusk beauty you mentioned just now, who does that refer to? Naturally, the dusk beauty of the well-told dusky beauty flying to the moon tale. My word, to this day I cannot forget the sight of the eyes of dusk beauty. Hmm? Saga, tell it a little slower. Miss Lava's giving you a funnier and funnier look. Oh, beg pardon. This was my impotence. Lava, thou art also tired from withstanding ink spirits, art thou not? Ought we perhaps sit down with some tea and there take proper talk? Sure, I'll go brew you some tea then. Right, I would like to ask thee first, young Dawn, dost thou know any way of leaving this place? No. Thou does not. Dawn lifts her head, looks to the open door and along the road too far away. She dares not speak aloud, for fear of disturbing those above of heaven. Alright, and on to stage 5. Crude mounts. Let's begin. Since childhood, I grew in a monastery in Higashi, but that is as it may, I was only adopted by the old head priest. I was not a true monk. This name too, Saga, is one I only sought from him. At the time, I determined I would descend the mountain and enter the secular world. After I departed Higashi, I resolved to wander far and wide. I saw the great mountains and rivers of Yan, captivating me to linger. A childhood memory came a sudden, of the day I charged in error into the head priest's garret. In it a deal of clutter was piled, dust like snow, yet held some rarities that roused the childly heart in me. Among them a large picture scroll most caught my interest. The box that held it, I only remember, it was taller at the time than myself. Only later did I happen to learn it was the witness of all the travels of my head priest. In the time he wandered, as I do now, it was near 100 meters, and a work of no renowned artist. For half a day I implored him, and only then, with reluctance, did he unfurl the scroll for me. It has been however many years. To this day I still cannot forget the feeling leaves borne down by the wind, and my still healthy head priest opening that scroll across the monastery courtyard. I had never seen such magnificent mountains and rivers. What I do not understand to this day is how scroll was not meticulous as a true, vivid and lifelike masterpiece of ordinary yet true enough. One was there in the blink of an eye. In the late autumn season, I felt since the abounding vitality of those midsummer waterfalls. Ah, mistake not, one was not there as an adjective of mine. In that instant, it was as if I truly, in reality, I found myself in the painting, visiting as a fowl flies over the forests. Mountains risen in layers of peaks, ponds filled with pebbles, three shadows swaying. I was below a waterfall, vast, one I could hear. But when I dazedly returned to my senses, it seemed I was only drawn in by the painting, lost staring at it and nothing more. The fit of shivers I even had, coming from those midsummer months and streams back to the late autumn courtyard. lives deeper in my memories yet. My head priest told me this painting came to him from a chance meeting along the Kutan River in Yan. At the time, he was just slightly younger than I am now, only a mere novice monk. The Shutu Shi patrolled the south, and the regular way was blocked. The only option to take, a river ferry. Countless sails fluttered along the river, but far in the distance, he sighted a lone boat along the riverside, as though it did not belong to this scene full of life. My head priest was curious and followed it close. That lone boat sailed steadily, unwavering. From the other vessel he caught one glimpse of her, gazing to the zenith of Mount Sky, like one would in preparation for ascent, its clouds and mists winding round. For a moment he was sheerly confounded, nearly falling into the water, and within a single breath that person saved him. The woman was magnificent beyond compare. She spoke not a word, taking him all along the riverside, shoring at Fei Shen Crossing, walking for Mount Huxi, repaying her kindness for saving him. All the way, my head priest made meals over fresh firewood, carried their bags, and cut down the brambles, toiling day and night. The woman seemed to never need sleep, and whenever my head priest turned in for the eve, he would dream of past events he had never seen before. After waking, he would forget them deeply, feeling as though he had dreamt as though he had not. After several recurrences, he fell into prolonged thought. The two of them were clearly travelers side by side, yet appeared as if two strangers reflecting upon themselves deep in their own solitude. On a certain day, the two arrived at a place of graceful mountains and rivers, and it seemed to move her. She stepped and gazed from far above, watching for several hours. My head priest asked her what she was doing, and she spoke. She was painting a scroll, a scene of crude mounts utmost risen. My head priest was compelled to a brief nap, and when furiously awoke, he realized he was still inside the boat upon the Kutan River. There was never any Feishan crossing, and never that seemingly transcendent woman. Only knew before his eyes now was a picture scroll holding this exact painting. What was that woman called? I know not. He never asked. He never dared. Moreover, when dreams seem fantasy, truth seems false. When what passes is perhaps a year, yet maybe a snap of the fingers between other worlds. Where should one go to ask? Traveling the country of Yan, I inevitably find myself thinking back on this story, poring over it. It may only have been my head priest putting on a show for me, haphazardly making up a story. But in my quarries all across Yan, I was surprised to find this scene of crude mounts utmost risen has some small reputation. It was said it was an obscure artist about 100 years prior who left it, and past relatives of the emperor could not obtain it with all their riches, giving it its fame. By fortune I was close to Mount Huxi, and I had the sudden thought to take this chance to see whether or not I could find the sublime scenery in that painting. Haha! I found enchanting hills and waters in the mountains, and before I could react, I had already ended up here. The cottage on Mount Huxi, that's exactly where we were too. Could this place be a dream? If it were a dream, then to thee I would only be its illusion, and thou would be unable to trust my words. If thou art unable to trust, then how dost thou judge the scenery before thee, Lava? Is it a dream or not? Slow down, you're gonna give me a headache. Okay then, do you know how to get out of here? Traveling to this day, I still have not come to understand how I may leave of my own accord. To this day, how long have you been staying in here? For a very, very long time. Allow me to count. Your tea will get cold. Don't get lost chatting. Give the tea a taste. Uh, uh, Thank you. Whew. Hmm? Now that we mention it, Miss Dawn, don't tell me you're also... I'm just a local pawnbroker. Miss Lava, I really appreciate your kindness and admire your intent to protect the villagers from the ink spirits, but please, think more about your own safety if you have the time. Those monsters aren't a threat to Rhode Island Elite. Words without falsehood. The good Lava is a person of fine ability. You need not worry. If true, then I suppose it's alright. Miss Lava, I've got a question and I'm not sure whether I should ask it. Ask away. You don't really need to be that reserved with me. Miss Lava, have you ever looked close at the moon in the water? No matter how the moonlight in the water is torn apart, gleaming on the waves, when all comes to a calm, it will still be that same full moon. If you pity the moonlight in that time of flickering, in the time it flickers across the water, then it's not at all necessary you wet your shoes and brave the cold. Miss Lava, so as to fish up that moon in the water, would you give your utmost thought? I don't think I would. There's not much sense in doing things like that, is there? What's gotten you mentioning this out of nowhere? I don't know what that bright moon of yours looks like, Miss Lava, and I have no way to point out where you're falling short. But the moon in the water, in the end, is only the moon in the water. It's not necessary to do it for our sakes. You mean... Benefactors. My benefactors, you're alright, aren't you? Oh man, you even got tea going, and you still didn't call me over. I assume these two are also esteemed guests of Potion Village. I'll go brew the tea and bring some pastries too. Take your time to chat. And who might this be? The shopkeeper here. She's called Dawn. Dawn like the daybreak. Benefactor, one of those ink spirits. Oh, I see. Surely with your invincible might, you drove them all away. Is that little girl safe yet? She's safe and sound. Oh, Benefactor, how could you doubt me so? I've waded through danger's extreme without shedding a tear, and now I am somewhat sad. Here's your tea. I can tell it's expensive with. How insightful, Benefactor. Plain folk like me could only reckon it bitter. We'd never make sense of the taste. It's just ordinary tea. They only sell this one kind in the market. Please forgive me if it doesn't suit you. I might be used to black tea or coffee, but there's just this special kind of taste to yan tea whenever I try it. My hometown also has tea, whose flavor can be said to be unique. If the chance should come, thou must allow me to display my skills. Alright there, Lava. Getting sleepy? I'm not. I'm just kind of chilled out suddenly. The nourishing tea... tea nourishes the heart. What troubles you can't be resolved just by rushing about it. We still don't have much of a lead. In the world within the painting, one can only take things slowly. Oh yeah, Saga, have you ever seen this thing before? I do not know at all. Only I know not why, but I feel like I have seen this object somewhere in the past. Really? Allow me to think. Oh, this texture, this material. I have somewhere experienced it before. Huh? The light reflecting off the tea. What's up? Oh, what's happening? Why is everyone standing up? The sky. It's turning day. Gah! How did this thing get near here? This is not... This is the noontime street. No, the horizon. When did the sun move over there? What's happening in Malhutang? Gah! Ah, this thing, they're eating people. Run, get out of here. It passes on just like this, sun rising and moon setting, as it should be. Does she mean to disturb my peace? What's happening? Why would the sun... This is how the sun's meant to be, Lava. Huh? Well, of course I know that, yeah. I'm just wondering why it went back to normal. Wait, right, this is what's normal. What was I just thinking? Benefactors, why do I sense a great commotion in the village that way? Help! Help me! Help! Gah! Are you alright? I'm alright. So this is where you were. That's great. Great. Those monsters just aren't afraid of sunlight anymore now. They're in the village. Eating people. Okay. After stage story. The haze is the blood of a city. I once saw the silhouette of the moon made indistinct, leaving only a round mark as it carefully carved high above, the moonlight along its pierced boundaries, flowing into the sky, smearing whole. I once saw the home I loved taken by a sea of flames. I was forced across the hard mountains from one peak to another. I've seen the victims of famine gnawing away at each other, in times of fighting drenched in blood, taking place within a hair's distance. People can seem like nothing ever happened, look ahead of them and walk on. I've seen that long, long road. I used to puzzle over why everyone would choose the same path. My death is predestined. Why are we only numbly walking down ways that will meet again? I've seen the barrens and the verdant mountain waters. Seen friends who stumbled down once and so never climbed up again. Seen the looks in parents' eyes in that brief moment they wanted to abandon their own. I've seen you. I recognize you. The look in your eyes, the lofty ice-cold solitary look in your eyes. More than a catastrophe's onslaught, than your mother and father abandoning you, than struggling in starvation on the brink of death. It puts sorrow for you and me, the greatest of all sorrows. Are you looking at me, or are you looking at yourself? I remember how I once asked you this. Stay away and get back! It bit off my hand! Why can't I feel any pain at all? Why? Gah. Stay away! Are you okay? Why did you only just come? Why did nobody sound the bell? Where'd the vigilant monk go? You know we trusted you, so why did we... So we did what you said. Why did my husband have to die? Why can you make up... How can you make up... How? We'll talk when we are safe. Mama, give me my mama back. Whoa there. Even less clothes for comfort. Mr. Mama. Let's ignore this fellow for now. There seems to be something disastrous afoot outside. Young lady, hold on tight. We're going to slip out of here. Yeah. Another one. I can't deal with this. Gah. Gah. Where the hell did they all come from? Damn it, there's no way I can hold back this many. Okay. Though they may figures in a painting, there is no need to slaughter them all. Observing such a scene only serves to inspire outbursts of sorrow. Lava, I am here to watch this place. Thou wouldst best hurry to take others to refuge. You... Worry not for me. I have traveled many times here. I have had all manners of thought on the future, anxieties indeterminate. But for that in front of me, I have never been one moment nor fraction irresolute. Leave this to me. Alright, keep going east. When you've done, find me and we'll converge. Understood. Gah. I am here. None shall come forward. Those who pass this line shall be cut down. Ow, my dear young lady, might you be able to stop pulling on my hair? Mama! Gah. These cretins only keep gacking. How can things so bent on chasing you not spit out a human word or two? Gah. Don't! Run! Good heavens, I was only joking. You need not. You absolutely need not. Mister, look in front. Huh? Huh? Are you that fortune teller? Where are the other two heroes? Behind you! Gah! Why did you bring them over here? Think of something! What can I possibly think of? Lead them away from here, away! I'm... Mama! Oh, just stop crying, stop crying, girl. Those things are looking at us. Get out of here, get out of... Gah! Huh? You used your fan. Hide yourselves further away. Gaga. In one move. Oh. Amazing. Ow, ow. It hurts so much. What are these things? And how can they look so soft yet be so hard when striking them? Oh, stop googling at me. The proverb puts it well, even a cornered burden beast will bite. Here, we'd best just hurry on our way. Man alive, nothing. Your kickboxing works not bad, but you've never done a rescue business like this, eh? Deal with the enemies in front of you without checking movement on your whole perimeter, and sooner or later you'll give yourself grief. That was quite dangerous just now. My apologies for the grief I gave you, benefactor. Only thanks to you am I safe and sound. Alright, quick, go and get everyone left into shelter. What about you, Benefactor? Me? Don't you mind, I walk light as a feather. They won't notice me. Can a single skill of light-footedness really explain that? And then, how do we cut down these ink spirit numbers fast? Yeah! What's that fire in the garden? Oh, this blaze soaring skyward makes quite a spectacle. Oh, could it be that the name lava held this exact meaning? Lava. Confirm the extent of the enemy scattered in the vicinity for me. This big of an area? I'm worried about the surrounding buildings getting caught up, so I've been sort of keeping my arts tied down. But there's just too many enemies and we keep dragging this out. I'm concerned casualties are going to end up tough to estimate. Roger. Special times, special methods, right? I'll find a high vantage point. You can focus on casting. I'll help you sort out those, the ones outside your arts range. I guarantee I'm not gonna miss a single one. Good. I'll submit the mission report afterwards. After all, it's not just the infected that Rhode Island helps. Infected? What's up? Huh, nothing, actually. By the way, lava. You seen Mr. Umbrella Boiler anywhere? Alright, and now for the story without a battle stage. Titled A Day's Calamity. Disasters sufferers all cry plaintive. The sun and moon do not hear. This way, over here. Help me nail the door shut. Hold it steady. Has anyone seen our third oldest? We're missing a child. Have you seen you anywhere? Apologies, I have never seen them. I see. Oh, you, little you, where are you? Ah. Here, I'll buy you some sweeties. How about that? Shall I take you to see the fireworks? If your mama was here, little Anyan, she wouldn't want to see you refusing to eat or drink, would she? Mama. Oh, cry. Cry it out now. Better than keeping it all trapped inside. Mr. Nothing, who's this child? Oh, Benefactor, this child is called Anyan. I heard her father left home in search of work so long ago and never came back. She hasn't seen her mother since yesterday, and she has been utterly shaken ever since. She still hasn't had a single thing to eat or drink, not even today. Benefactor. My Benefactor, don't look so downcast. If it weren't for you and Cruz, this village's population would be suffering so terribly. As the proverb puts it... Oh, what use would be a proverb? Benefactor, what do we do now? Find Dawn and that storyteller. They clearly know something. Oh, a rare guest. Do you recognize me? Owner of the elegant garden, the Umbrella Boiler, in Poshan Village. Who doesn't know of you? The storyteller you are, inheritor of that great merchant's gardens, you're the very god of Poshan Village. Please, sit, sir. I refrain. You're already leaving. You're very strangely silent today. That said, stay for the moment, please. Usually it's you telling stories to relieve the boredom of all, and all you take is some token money for the tea. How about today, instead I tell you a story, and I won't take any tips. This bowl of tea is free. How about it, sir? Today's the story I'll tell will be much simpler than any of those mythical tales you've collected. They say that 10 years ago on the southeast border of Yan, there was a small town named Po Shan. You... No, you can continue. Okay. Po Shan was normal as could be. It had no more than 100 households, and they lived off the mountain, passing simple days. Sometimes a merchant caravan would pass through, and on those days the children went wild with joy. And this small town one day suffered a catastrophe. The catastrophe didn't completely destroy the town, but active originium polluted its spring. The adults thought to seek aid from a nearby city, but there were no town messengers, and all the adults who left went completely dark. So, helpless, the people abandoned this town and began to aimlessly journey. Nobody from the town actually knew where to go, and they didn't even have any idea where the nearest city was. It was just as if they entrusted themselves to fate and chose a direction. To the children, the warm beds, the winding fences, the amusing water stains along the walls, and had all suddenly turned into pitch-black nights and one very long road. And on this road, many starved to death. There was a child not very old whose family was so poor. She went with her mother and father, watching as all of her close neighbors had less and less to say, watching as all the other kids who played with her fought with sharp stones over a moldy piece of xiaobing bread. She thought maybe things would get better, and she tried hard to find berries, find small animals, catch these scalises in the river. She almost drowned in there trying to catch them, and several times passed out from hunger. Maybe fortune felt cruel one day. Maybe the one closest to her came to a sudden realization that this thin little girl's final use would be to save them from rations. And when she returned home, clutching mountain fruits, she didn't know if anyone would eat. There was not a single person left. The cry of the beasts of the cold night cliff reminded her her life was worth nothing. In her confused days, it was as if heaven and her were on the same sympathy, every inch of her skin telling her the temperature of death. And then she met someone, a very strange someone. How did it go again? Oh, if you'd like to know what happened, you'll have to hear it next time. Leaving an audience hanging at these points is so rotten to do. How does it feel, sir, having the rare chance to taste it as an ordinary person? Oh, shopkeep, I have been searching for thee for some while. Huh? Why art thou here, sir? In that great disaster just now, all well worrying for thee. No particular reason, only taking a stroll in here. Saga. I am here? You've been in the painting long. It is about time. This is enough now. Why exhaust yourself fishing the moon in the water? All are in stupor, you alone awake, yet you act in a stupor still, and it pains to see. Thou art not the storyteller, indeed, thou art... Fend for yourself. My compliments to your fan. Oh dear, if it isn't my benefactor Cruz. What brings you barreling in? The people have all met calamity this time. No matter. I, along with you two benefactors, will help them rebuild this garden. Mr. Nothing. Perhaps you really are just a normal messenger, but I still need to warn you something. The way things are, if you're still gonna keep holding stuff back from us, we're gonna have to give up our trust in you. My benefactors, what are you saying? My compliments to your fan. You saw that? I did. There's all kinds of martial arts, and I'm no specialist, but your skills aren't half bad. Not half bad any way you slice them. I'm assuming you hide your skills for some personal reasons or other. I'm not planning to dig out what it is. But I do not like people when they A. clearly have the power to get in and help out, but B. find every excuse to play the coward. Strictly speaking, that's selfish as hell, isn't it? Those might have been some harsh words, but you did save little Anyan too. Don't need to feel too guilty. I'm sorry, benefactor. You both saved me. I really ought to give you the whole story. Perhaps, benefactor, you long since saw through me. Of course I did. Watching you put on an act was funny, that's all. Once I've gotten out of here, I'll give you two a full confession. Then it's agreed. Benefactor, I'm wondering about something. I'm wondering, before we suddenly saw the light in this garden, how long did we spend trapped in this unusual village? I have absolutely no idea. That is to say, just how long has it been since we opened the door on Mount Huxi? Alright, and let's continue with the story on stage 6. Did I fall asleep? Oh, now I remember. I was helping count the casualties till late last night and I went straight to bed after I got back. Looks like the sunrise and sunset have gone back to normal. Cruz, wake up. Cruz. Morning, Lava. I've been meaning to ask, but how do you manage to sleep so well with that crossbow as a hug pillow? Well, sleep is important, yep. Okay, let me wash my face. I wish you could be this stoked up getting up back at Rhode Island. Not happening. We're on the job right now. I don't do this on my days off. We need to help them rebuild. Hey, Lava. I'm not daydreaming now, am I? Who's that outside the window? Mommy, hurry, we'll be late for story time. Okay, slow down now, or you'll hurt yourself. I'll be fine, hurry up. Is that her mother? Her mother's okay. Maybe? Look at the roof over there. I could swear the ewers were damaged by Arts yesterday. You're kidding. Rice cakes fresh out of the steamer, packed with sesame filling. Sweet rice, come and get your fermented sweet rice right here. What's going on? Everything's back to normal. My benefactors, you remember me, do you not? Please tell me this is not a nightmare. Slow down, what are you? Oh, thank the goodness, you do remember me. Please, hear me out. When I woke up, it was as though everything had been transpired yesterday had never occurred. Everything was in perfect order. The ink spirits attacked, families devastated. None of it ever happened. Look, even Anyan's mother is walking around in one piece. Hale and whole, gave me quite a start, I tell you. I thought I'd come up a ghost in broad daylight. Right. Have you perchance seen the Wandering Monk Saga? Where is she? Is she well? I haven't seen her yet. Oh, hello, Anyan. Why, hello, little Anyan. Who are you, mister? How do you know my name? My benefactors, look. This is exactly what I meant. Hey, Anyan. We're here to listen to Mr. Umbrella Boiler's story. How come storytime is over already? Oh, I see. The storyteller is sick today. My mommy is staying to help take care of him. Most of the people who come to his stories are staying to help too. That's a shame. It really is. Anyan, the gentleman actually missed a session yesterday. Do you remember what the story was about? I wasn't here yesterday. I was flying my kite with my mommy the whole day. It's too bad then. It looks like you're out of luck. Little Anyan, you don't know me. You must be playing. Who are you, mister? Oh, you must be one of the one who just moved into the house down the street. No, never mind. Please go on, frolic as you do. Okay, see you, mister. Why are we the only ones who remember anything? No idea. But look at how cheerful she is. This isn't so bad. Well, that I certainly have no qualms with, but my benefactor, are you not being a little too calm? Is this what the clerk meant when she said that fishing the moon in the water thing? Anyway, I think I have a pretty good guess where Saga is. Oh my, this sesame soup is unlike anything I ever tasted. Simply exquisite. Wouldn't thou like some shopkeep? I'll pass. I'm not too fond of sweets myself. Please, don't worry about me. Just enjoy it yourself. I see. It's a shame to pry mind. Not if I do. Saga. Whoa! Nawa, why the commotion? I well nigh spilled my sesame soup. So, you remember who I am? Beg pardon? Oh, I see. This must have left you quite flabbergasted. Master, do you know what's happened? As I said before, I have spent many a moon inside this scroll. It can hardly be called a stout observation. For those not original from the scroll, suppose we all have an eye each, with 4 of us, and that makes 4 eyes. As well, as we fall asleep, we close our eyes. With that, there is no longer anyone gazing upon its scenery, and slowly it returns to the way it was. By the time we open our eyes and lay upon it, yet again everything has gone back to its original shape and form. This is what happened every time we awaken here. I have long grown accustomed to this anomaly. So, we are really inside a painting. Have I not said this much? Saga, is this going to affect our thought process? The way we think? Now I wonder. Naught has ever seemed particularly strange to me. That's just how you've always been. Thanks to your monastery's head priest, you're no less familiar with this world's affairs despite your isolation from the outside world. On the contrary, since you left Higashi, each step you've taken helped broaden your horizons, and though you may be directionless, you have never let that damper your spirits. When life gives you lemons, if you then proceed to make lemonade, you would of course think nothing of them. To most people, this is nothing but a dream. The longer you're here, the easier it is to forget the things that should have been natural. The longer you're here, the more you come to accept the place as natural. In the end, you come to know the painting, and the painting comes to know you. You have become one with the painting, never to leave again. Oh, so this is what you meant when you had me look for lava. My, how dim-witted of me. Hey, lava. I noticed it yesterday, but there's no originium here. I can't imagine building a village of this size without originium at all. Not even villages without any kind of mobility in the most remote parts of Yan, where catastrophes rarely happen, can get by without any. Right. Hold on, Dawn, what about you? I am but a local shopkeeper. But you remember everything that happened yesterday. To me, yesterday is today, and today is still tomorrow. I promised her as much after all. I know that I am not the real me, but does it matter? That doesn't change who I am. My apologies, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Out of the goodness of your hearts, you gave this village the helping hand it needed in this time of need, but it was all futile and powerless. Sorry for not being more forthcoming before. At the time, we still had a guest in Poshan. It looks like she's already gone, though. I'm sorry you had to go through such a fright yesterday. It might have been a disaster. That guest thou speakest of, it cannot be. That's all I can say, I'm afraid. Very well. Methinks I know who it is. Let's stop it with the riddles. Okay, let's say this is really just a painting. How did we get here? I'm afraid I cannot give you the answer to that either. My goodness, what are we meant to do with all these secrecy? Is that because the people you've mentioned are one and the same? Excellent deduction. Where is she? Not here. Who is she? You know her. You mean... Shh. Do not speak her name, please. She's not one to do something without cause. Actually, she usually tries to avoid trouble where she can. I suppose you've crossed paths with her before? Yes, and if it's her, then it all makes sense. This Poshan is the moon in the water. Well, even if I do not ring the bell myself, there is bound to be someone else in town who would take on that responsibility. This is a shame. I quite enjoyed ringing bells myself. Is this the signal that the ink spirits are about to attack? Yes, and it might have been because I told you the truth, but now that you know the residents can't be harmed, this should be much easier than it was yesterday. Just find somewhere to hide. You could also go east to the Tangshan River. There is nothing there. It's a safe place for you to hide. Be extra careful though. If you go any further east past the easternmost part of the river, you will reach Mount Hongtong to the west of there. The ink spirits should calm down before long. So, what are these monsters? They are but the brushstroke she sprawls when she is in a bad mood. You could say they are her musings. Find a place to hide? I'd rather not stick back and watch that all happen again. You saw little Anyan crying her eyes out. It was heartbreaking, I tell you. Just remember, this is all fake. But what if it's not? You seem to be... you have seen it with your own eyes that it is. Still though, I don't want to have to hear those screams again. I'm sick of it. We just need to go west and take care of those monsters over there, right? Exactly. If it puts our minds at ease, why does it matter if we fish the moon in the water? I should go with you. Wait. Calm down. If you just take it slow, this actually isn't all that hard. Right? Nothing, mate? I'll be sure to lend my assistance this time. Wait, hold on, my benefactors, you forgot your crossbow. She has the right of it. I just can't imagine why you have to keep these good people in here. Alright, and now for the part after the stage. Yeah. Is it just me, or there are fewer of them? It does look that way, and they don't seem that scary anymore. Could they have forgotten about us? Day after day, year after year, all that they ever do is attack the village for naught. It's wretched and heart-wrenching. How could you know? They don't talk. I suppose they might be able to speak. What? The head priest always said we must forever be compassionate. If that really is the case, then we are in quite a pickle. But if this is really just a painting, maybe we've already found the right place. I should have figured this out sooner. Damn it, Nian. She didn't tell us about this on purpose. She's probably worried we'd left something slip that would tip Dusk off and let her get away. Would something that powerful ever run? To be honest with you, I'm a little scared of her. Let's not talk about how all of this works for now. She's keeping us live humans hostage in this little world she created for herself. What's this supposed to mean? Anything we eat might as well be real, and not only that, the people here can actually hold a conversation. Is this supposed to mean anything? If she's able to do all of this with just arts, then this sister of Nian's. You're right about that. I've seen lots of weird Originium arts before, but this is maybe a little too out there. My, never in 1,000 moons would I have imagined the person you are looking for could be so extraordinary. Is this so? Here I was thinking that of all the places I've visited, this Poshan has to be one of the simplest, most unassuming towns. Where have you been? Why, I could go all morning about this. During my travels, I have come across many an odd character. I have met someone who would use ale as a blade and betake herself like lightning. I have also seen someone fighting with the most peculiar style, able to swim up a waterfall. I have met someone so sagacious he could write a poem in 8 steps. Alas, he offended the wrong man and particularly had to bring with him his own coffin to his final audience with his liege. I have seen the famed boulder of Pei Hushan. According to legend, in eras past, the boulder sprang up from the ground, suspending in mid-air when an emperor of the past ascended to his throne. At first, it was thought to portend a country's preposterous future under his rule, but it was also thought to mean he had a heavy load to bear, and was thus seen as an omen by many. I have visited a mountain that scraped the skies, where, amidst the cluster of Originium left behind by catastrophes, there stood solemnly a towering pine tree, reaching upwards, as though splitting the sea of clouds in twine. I have seen many a blade piercing chessboards, books, sautéed in works. I have also met a woman of Yan performing the most extraordinary feat, forging a city all of her own. Yet, strangely, it was hazy in appearance, and she would only allow us to view the city from afar, not in its vicinity. I would be remiss to forget the Yan Emperor's close friend from faraway lands. He told the Lung of his journey to the west, and of the countless towns and cities his travels took him. Each and every time he spoke, I could see the townscape before my eyes. Anyway, I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. I know of this boulder of Pei Hushan. I was under the impression it was destroyed years ago during a catastrophe. Exactly the one. I saw it float with my own eyes. How many years ago was that? I just want to make sure this person you speak of, that's her sister? That's right. How is their relationship? Hmm. Oh, getting right to the meat of it. Could it be that the sisters are not on the same, on the best of terms? Remember the thing I showed you? Nian gave me that. At first I thought she gave it to us to prove our identities to Dusk. Oh, the fascinating little trinket. What is its purpose then? No idea. Allow me. Oh, have you shown this to the storyteller? Has he seen it already? Did anything about it? He said he'd never seen it. I think we should still have him take a look. If I may, there is actually one other thing that has left me quite perplexed. What's up? Well, I mean, my benefactor, you saw me take on one of the fiends, did you not? Oh, you mean how it took you forever and a half just to get away from one of the ink spirits? Precisely. I saw it too, but why? But why that all of a sudden? Well, I am but a defenseless layman in the martial arts. Be that as it may, I cracked an entire canister of whoop-ass on the fiend. Surely you too must find it strange. You call that a can of whoop-ass? Well, well, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Now I implore you, don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I don't want to do my part in the battles against the monsters. I just have my reasons. So your point is? My benefactor, certainly you believe me? I certainly believe you not. You may be good at tricking people, but definitely not me. If I could figure this much out, I wouldn't be any use here on a mission. Oh, I had my doubts about that too. I saw Master Nothing dart away with the little girl on his back in no time and without breaking a sweat. I am certain he is no less formidable than my fellow disciples back at the temple. Please don't give me that look. I'm trying my best now, am I not? Right. It's getting late. Let's make our way to the storyteller and check on him. He is ill, is he not? Are you here for my tales? My apologies, but I'm afraid I won't have any stories to tell today, with the shape I'm in. Please, you must get some rest. Just leave everything to us. You need not worry, I'm fine. This is the first time we've met, is it not? Where are you from, my friends? Why, I'm from quite far away. I'm merely passing through, but with all the men in the village singing the praises of your storytelling, I had to come to hear for myself. But if you're disposed, then we could pay you a visit another day. Yes, we shall return. A moment, please. I cannot fault you for not knowing, but we rarely have any visitors here in Poshan, and I am not the one to turn away those who wish to hear my stories. I have a guest room in my garden. Perhaps you would be so kind as to stay the night. Are you feeling okay? I'm not sure myself. It might just be a cold, though it certainly doesn't seem that way. The doctor wasn't sure of the cause either. I suppose it's a sign my body's gotten weaker because I'm been neglecting my training. Please, don't put it any mind. Ishuan, take them there. Of course. Well, we'll take you up on the offer then. Please, this way. Why, this is peculiar. I walked out of this very house in the morning and went on a stroll, and now I'm being invited to stay here anew. This really makes no sense. Well, my benefactors... Nothing? I'm not getting out of this one, am I? I understand. Well, where should I begin? After all, I've been deceiving the two of you right from the start. That I've more or less figured out. Please, accept my apologies. You sure know how to switch up your attitude quick, don't you? Oh well, whatever. I understand you can't completely trust the person you come across out in the wastes. You have my thanks. Are you from Kovu? No, my hometown is farther north, just your regular small town. I had resigned myself to live a normal, uninteresting life as a plowboy. That summer, a few men from the cities came to our town, led by a fine, magnificent lady. She said I was the one they sought. I was just 13 at the time. They brought me to Kobu to a martial arts school, the Lians, and she was its master. That's how I met my master, and all there was to it. I had room and board, and when I had the time, I could help out at construction sites and earn some coin to send to my family back home. I remained diligent over the past 10 years, but never once did I think my master did me a favor, nor taking me in. I made it a point to rely on none but myself. I would rather go without a meal than be looked down upon my master. Uh, by my master. But she was getting on in years, and I once thought her formidable, matchless even. But she was seriously ill, couldn't even get a decent night's sleep. That was when I came to realize I could stay there no longer. All my fellow disciples had left, and it was my time to do so as well. But last year, I killed someone by accident. Someone who I should not have killed. I thought it was a friendly match between dojos. It wasn't until much later that I found out that the man had sold his life. He was meant to die by my hands. The Lian style's reputation was already on its last legs, but they wanted to defame our name nonetheless. It was all a ploy to bring my master to swallow her pride and get her down on her knees. And then my master, her hair white as ash and braided just like my mother's, stood before all and spilled her own blood as the rules that dictated. My goodness. Rules. It's murder, I tell you. I brought my unconscious master back, but I had our school completely surrounded. I could not call for an ambulance, let alone my fellow disciples. All I could do was watch her body turn cold. Their men stood outside unmoving until they saw my poor master buried. My master left me with this fan. I don't have the courage to use it, and certainly not the moves she taught me. The school was lost, and I had no way to get in touch with my fellow disciples, so I concealed my identity, masquerading as a fortune teller, a messenger. But no matter the case, I did whatever it took to leave that city, and I will make my way to the capital of or Lungmen, wherever. The more people there, the better. Then, one day I shall return to Kovu City and make things right. That is the story, my benefactor, Cruz. What you said on the day of the rescue, you had the right of it. All those years I spent in Kovu City, I wasted. I heard stories of the Yan martial arts sense of honor, yet never would I have imagined such a tale. So it wasn't just a traffic accident. Correct. The villains had men in every corner of Kovu City. I watched in hiding from a nearby village, but luck was not on my side. In the end, my only choice was to find myself a car and skip town. Your master had gone that far and they still wouldn't leave you alone? Leave me alone? If they had their own minds set on leaving anyone alone, I doubt they would bend the rules to kill. To think that there are rules this rotten and unreasonable, It would seem there is yet much for me to learn about this world. Alright then, this all sounds like something out of a martial arts novel, but well, I believe you. Oh, my benefactor, your reason moves me. As you stalwart underling, rest assured I'll do uh, all that it takes to return the favor, come hell or high heaven, high water. My benefactor, you wouldn't think I'm still lying, would you? Well, you'd be one hell of a liar if that was all a lie. Please, come in. Full glad I am to find you here, my guests. I thought you would be resting in your room. Could you find our hospitality wanting, perchance? No, not at all. We are talking about something amongst ourselves. I see. Pray accept my humblest apologies for interrupting. I merely wished to caution you against visiting Mount Hong Thong. It is about with monsters ahead of the new year. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Most certainly. I shall take my leave now. Hope you get better soon. What's up? The umbrella boiler guy, you think he's from inside the painting? If even this is part of the painting, what about us? Alright, on to the next one. Stage 7 has no story, so stage 8 it is. Gah. Ink spirits, ink spirit. What a beautiful name. Saga is such a bright girl. Again and again she protects the things she knows she can't damage. I wonder if that means they will grow sick of this pointless exercise and give up on that righteousness one of these days. I suppose she will. After all, if you can restore broken porcelain, then it's not going to be much of a heartbreak at all to see it shatter into pieces. You might even come to enjoy the feeling of breaking it. Yeah? But do we have to go that far? Human nature is no match for these trials and tribulations. Gah. Are you watching, Dusk? You are such a meanie. I only hope you don't mind what I have planned. My benefactors, we've done it at last. Forgive me for throwing cold water, but with no end in sight to our daily scuffles with the monsters, surely you agree with me our search for the way out is making hardly any progress. Saga said she'd come up with something. And so we will take on the ink spirits here day in after day. This artifact's like the best use of our time. It's no big deal to me. Just think of it as a way to hone our techniques. Lava, mate? What's up? Go on. The arts you used back there look just a little bit dangerous. Huh? See? You burned down quite a few stores. I knew nothing, mate. You pretended you didn't see that small ink spirit rush toward town, did you? I thought you wouldn't have no trouble taking care of it. No, you thought if something goes wrong, everything will go back to the way it was tomorrow. I can't deny I did. I know what you mean, but today is the 7th day. I'm not trying to give you a hard time when you pointlessly protect the same objective day after day. You're bound to feel that way sooner or later. Remember Rimbiliton, though. Don't ever forget that bloody month, what that bloody month taught us. War can wear you down mentally, so we need to be alert. Cruz. Sorry, mate, you know what that I've always. It's okay, I understand. We'll be fine. We'll get out of here and make it back to Rhode Island in one piece. All right, be sure to treat me to some Colombian coffee once we're back. Yeah, Isaga's still in the room. I stole a glance before leaving this morning. It has been 7 days since she started meditating. My benefactor, if we die of starvation or thirst in this painting, do you suppose that we might truly die? No idea. All Saga said before she shut herself in was something like, "Leave it to me." She's the one who understands what's most going on in this painting. We don't have any other choice, or are you volunteering to take a stroll inside the other scrolls, just like what's she doing? No, 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 no. I'm hardly as determined as the master. I'm afraid I would find myself distracted and never be able to return. There just isn't much we can do for her until something happens on her end. So this is where you've been. Dawn, what's the matter? I wanted to remind you to never stray from your true conscience. I once told Saga when the sight is taken for truth, the truth is yet unreal. When naught is taken for naught, there is yet but nil. Right, where is she? She's been meditating in her room for days. I see, she wants to wake up. There have been very few people who manage to wake up from the scroll on their own volition. Actually, I should say there has never been anyone who has managed to do it. But maybe. Miss Lava, have you heard of firecrackers? It's a time-honored tradition in Yan. As you can imagine, it was at first for warding off ancient monsters. Oh, I thought you were born outside of Yan. You know your Yan traditions well. Well, let's just say I've got a friend. Right, now I remember. Please don't remember. This is this is straight out of Ancient Forge, isn't it? I remember something about Nian being scared of firecrackers. The Dark Devastator in the end used cannons as well. I can't hear you. Don, what do firecrackers have to do with this situation? Oh, I was going to say the ink spirits are actually scared of firecrackers. If we hang some firecrackers up in the village entrance, they will naturally stay away. Really? Wow, what a lifesaver! My back has been hurting me the past day and a half. At least I can take the day off from looking for monsters. Now, without further ado, let us take to the market. You won't find them in the market. Quite right. How do we procure some then? Well, there is a way. Do you know why firecrackers are called as such? Because the earliest young people thought to commemorate their fallen liege's exploits by setting bamboo on fire, and memorialize the Great War with its crackling sounds. You know your stuff. I'm merely well read on the subject. There you have it. Let's give them a surprise unlike any other. This one will do. What a fine bamboo tree. Would be a waste to cut it down. It will grow anew tomorrow. Showing no mercy to the flora, are we? I'm back. Is this enough? The more the better. The umbrella boiler is such a nice guy. He gave us all this bamboo for nothing. If you're worried about taking the bamboo, I'll pay the storyteller a visit and give him our thanks. No one ever comes back to my pawn shop for their items. I could just give him everything as a sign of our gratitude. Are you sure about that? It will be all mine again tomorrow. I've seen firewood burn and crackle up pretty good, but does bamboo do that too? Supposedly, wet bamboo after the rain gives the most thunderous pops. The only problem is it never rains here. Right, just like that, just like this. Make a kind of stove with the mud. Now, as for fire, let me try. Be careful with that heat. It's a bit more finicky than it seems. I'll try my best. My benefactor, they are here. Now. God. We did it. They're dazed. They ran. Are they truly afraid of it? Did it really work? Why is that? We'll have to ask Neon. Neon? Alright, and now for the after stage story. A mind as still as water. This a rare trait for someone of thy age. Thou hast distinguished all light and purged all emotions from thy mind, and thus are all creations of nature leaving thy body. At long last the still waters in thy mind give rise to new emotions. Dost thou feel sorrow? Master Storyteller, pray forgive my interruption. Awake from your dream at long last. How long has it been? I have seen the plums blossom and wither 10 times. As long as my ink brush remains untouched, the scenery in the painting would never change. To tell the truth, I have been counting ever since the moment I entered the painting scroll of Mount Sky. It was indeed that long. 10 years? You stayed in a painting for 10 years? More or less. You, a mere wandering monk, fiddled away 10 full years here. What drove you to partake in such meaningless tribulations? Well, I could enjoy a good sleep, partake in all manner of indulgences, and I need not be disturbed by the world, to say nothing of the catastrophes and infections. I thought it a rather pleasant experience. Be that as it may, you dreamt for 10 full years. Few are capable of remembering who they truly are after such a long time. Some would forget who they once were, and chose to forever remain inside the painting. My, how frightening! Yet you are not afraid at all. You are a kind man. I verily believe you would wake me before they cross that point of no return. Oh, what makes you say that? The old fisher at the summit of Mount Sky, the weaver by the banks of the Puquet River, the halberd wielder of the Wuxian Plains, the lady innkeeper of the Lumen Inn, and now the storyteller of the Poshan Village. Thou hast reminded me countless of times. Yet I chose to deceive myself, continued to indulge in my pleasures, never to wake from my dreams. I suppose I must apologize. I must have been tedious to keep me alive in the painting. Pray be at ease, you came to the mountain when the autumn winds were yet blowing. This is merely the beginning of winter now. It was but a brief dream. Oh, I was worried I would be reprimanded for my sluggish behavior. Little did I know it was but a brief period of time. That certainly puts me at ease. You already knew of your predicament when you reached Mount Sky, that it was merely a painting. Why waste your time? For I saw the truth of dusk beauty flying to the moon, and I could not well cease thinking about it. A mad woman took matters into her hands and sought to reclaim her true love from the heavens. This is an act of pure lunacy, yet it overwhelms me with a sense of regret. What if I tell you Dusk Beauty's willpower was an addition I made to the painting, that it is of my own making. All the nations of this world possess a great many legends, classics, literature, and myths, many of which can be called fabricated. The common folk are not likely to ever experience the machinations written therein. Should we disregard their lessons because they are mere fiction? I think this absurd to do so. You are a strange one. There is but a fine line between great and strange. I appreciate your compliment. Huh. You are just like your master. He's old, yet he has the heart of a child, a clear mind. You've helped me pass the time, out of respect for your master. Very well. I shall grant you an audience with me. An audience? You cannot possibly believe you've awakened by waltzing in here. Am I yet within the painting? No need to feel ashamed. This is merely how it's meant to be. If I let you break out merely because you wished so, it would blemish my image. Well now, wake up. Star-shrouded snow, hidden moon. Finally awake. Ah, get up now. It's terrible manners to sleep on the ground. Oh, you are right. What's wrong? Well, this merely what I never imagined you to look like this. Well, ask away. I thought that by surveying the sceneries of these 100 and some scrolls, I too could walk the journey that thou once walked, yet it was but an insignificant fraction of the landscapes thou hast sketched. Know that there are those who never accept their mistakes and find themselves content with dying here. That I can understand. That's not what you wanted to ask. Oh, right, I was startled into forgetfulness. My apologies. Master, I have once laid my eyes upon the scenes of crude mounts utmost risen, at my head priest's garret. Though at the time I thought there was meaning hidden therein, I could not quite put my finger on it. I asked the head priest, and he had me leave the monastery to seek out the answer. I have since traveled all over the lands, and though I have since found parts of the answer myself, the ways of the world has me yet confused. Since I am blessed with the fortune to meet thee in thy flesh, I thought I would. If you had your ideas, why ask me? I wish merely to learn from the explanations from my own betterment and to fill in the blanks. To tell the truth, the painting's true meaning eludes me still. Pray tell, wherefore was the end of the waterfall just one swift stroke, leaving naught but a swath of emptiness? What do you think? Crude amounts to risen. The scenery within the scroll extends endlessly. The waterfall soars into the skies, leaving naught but white. This is a way to depict the great mountains and rivers, undepictable within the scroll. This is merely conjecture. I am hoping you could do away with this secrecy and reveal the truth. This making me blush. Beauty, especially that of an art piece, is in the eye of the beholder. It falls onto you to find your own inspiration. Nonetheless, you racked your brains so for only that. Much of what we do in life is seeking awareness, answers. If not for this matter knowing at my mind, I would not have made the fortune to feast my eyes upon the landscapes within the scrolls. I suppose so. Alas, the search you are asking was not one that I began at a whim, and also one that I ended at a whim. That's all. Huh. By the time I got to the waterfall, I no longer wanted to continue, and so I stopped there. I took a look afterwards and thought it was rather picturesque, so I gave it a name and sent it to your master away. I could have never imagined. Disappointed? Having spent such a long time in the painting, and you ended up with quite possibly the most boring answer. Not at all. Leaving aside all that I have learned inside the scroll, thy answer is most interesting. Drawn on a whim and stopped at a whim. I once thought that there is meaning to all things upon this world. As time passed, I became far too entrenched in my search, unable to pluck myself out. Right. We need not be so focused on the meaning behind everything. If there is but one answer, to repeatedly scrutinize would merely be a futile exercise. I had heard from a master an aphorism, where there was not at first from whence could dust have emerged. Mayhaps it means the same thing? Huh. Everyone has their own interpretations. As long as you understand them, it's not that necessarily a bad thing to be cocky. Oh, I shall keep that in mind. Many thanks. When I gave your master this piece, I told him merely 3 words. Crude Mount's utmost. The risen in its name is his interpretation. Risen? Do you know what your master saw in it? He gazed not upon its landscape with thee. He didn't. Huh? Am I returning to the painting? Oh, this must be what the head priest saw. Is that my head priest? That's right. He had scraped the soles of his feet and was starving, and he walked 3 full days and nights of hunger. He prayed many times, as many as 2,000 and a score, and yet he never thought a thing about his life and death. He merely felt sadness and lamented his inability to understand. Did you save my head priest? I had already saved him once at the Kutan River. I didn't help him this time. Think about it. At this young age, he had already been through such hardship. Think about how he went from that to the worm-carrying head priest that you know, and how he had added the word risen to the painting's title. Head priest. The lands he walked were filled with starvation. All that he could see, hear, and tell were nothing but tragedy. With each step, the young Higashi monk paused to recite the sutras. Time passed like a flowing river, and this moment is everlasting. On that day I left the monastery. My head priest bestowed upon me my name, Saga. That's right. He had seen the coldness of mankind, yet he was never disheartened. Even the collapse of Mount Sky did not sway him. After the young wandering monk made his way back to Higashi, he decided to take in a group of children with nowhere to turn to. He built a monastery in the mountains, and that's how he became the head priest you often speak of. It's not that uncommon of a story. The crude mounts had not fallen. That was the meaning the head priest sought to give the painting. Very well. Then, in his stead, I shall see all the sights there are to see in this vast world. Well, as you please. Now that you've got that weight off your shoulders, it's time for you to leave. Wait, Master. This is merely the original source of my perplexion. Having traveled the scrolls some 10 years, I'm afraid there are certain things I must ascertain for my worries to dissipate. Ask away. But know that this is the last chance I'm giving you. I'm not fond of blabbering people. The inhabitants of the paintings, are they real or not? That's an interesting question. You know they are from the painting. Why ask if they are real or not? oft did I nod off when we studied our scriptures, yet in my l- long longingness longingness I was able to constantly seek out truth. For 10 years have I walked the landscape in thy painting, though I yet remain befuddled. Pray tell, what is real? Real. When we look at those who are unreal in a painting as those who are real, we are able to laugh off all the fake lives and deaths depicted therein. But if we are yet inhabitants of a painting, and we will one day vanish into thin air, would you still be able to remain so calm? All men will one day cease to be. There is little reason to be tormented by that which is inevitable. By approaching all things from the heart and living my life naturally and freely, there is naught to fear. Man is not necessarily free. Everything that I have drawn, be it real or otherwise, is merely my way of interrogating myself. Man is naturally free. Wrong. Both you and I are inhabitants of a painting. You seek to solve this problem by yourself, yet you know not a thing about yourself. How do you mean to seek truth? In the end, what is real and what is false? Are you sure you can truly tell them apart? And why take it so seriously? So thou meanst I am yet within the painting right this moment? You truly left the scrolls, that I can assure you. I am only asking, how do you prove that these landscapes before your eyes are not yet another boring painting scroll? The roads you've trodden, the people you've met, their births and deaths, and their setbacks in life, all of these things might merely be events drawn at the whim of an artist with any particular meaning assigned. The so-called reality that you people spend an entire lifetime looking for is yet another fantasy. We are merely characters in a scroll. The viewers see the events that transpire in the painting and either applaud or criticize its contents. Dusk being very meta right now. Our lives are but a fantasy, like a dewdrop or lightning, leaving not a trace in the end. Let's stop here. You're wasting both your time and mine, and it's getting on my nerves. I will find a chance to pluck the other ones out. You should get going. Lava came a long way solely to find a chance to meet thee, yet thou wouldst not grant her an audience. That's none of your business. You don't know why they came, so stay out of it. But don't push your luck, Saga. One more word and I'll have you truly regret it. But I promised Lava to present this to thee, at the very least. This. Found you. Dusk being full meta there with the painting analogy. I love it. I love shit like that. Anyway, stage 9 has no story, so off to the last parts of this. Longest recording, Jesus Christ, I just looked at the clock. Boy. Alright, stage 10 story, here we go. Star-shrouded snow, hidden moon. So, this is Lungmen. I must hurry. Kind sir, would you spare me a moment? There is something I would like to ask. Is Master Tung's fine-ball stall nearby? Are you not from Lungmen, are you? Come to sample his reputable fine balls, have you? Yes, but of course, they're famous far and wide. Well, what time do you think it is? They closed for the day long ago. If you truly want a bite, you'll want to line up at the 8 in the evening, in the morning. Is that? It has closed. Do you perchance know where Master Tong lives then? Kind sir? You're here to sample his fin balls. Why won't his name or address matter to you at all? Quite right. I'll wait till the morning that... Young man. Kind sir, what is the meaning of this? Please lower your cane. What do you want with tongue? I suggest you behave yourself here, young man. Now, explain. You covered practically the entire town within just one night, from the old folks to the Great Tales boss. Now you even ask for a finball hawker. No one will come to this place to seek out this out to seek him out at this hour. Moreover, I know what it is that you are holding. Are you? Don't move, young man. Answer me first. Who else do you seek? Only those I've already asked about. I'm looking for Uncle Tong only because I have no choice. Is your name Lian? No. No, it is not. Please, listen to me. Stop. I am not one to mistaking a man trained in martial arts for a hooligan, and you hold the Lian clan's Yin Xing fan. How are you related to Lian Zushu? She's my master. What became of her? My master... What became of her? She passed. How? She was damned well murdered because of me, an imbecile of a disciple. A shame. Master Lin. You know my name. How? I've heard a few from my master. Please, I cannot be caught by those men yet. You aim here to Lugman merely to drag out what time you have left. The flame can't be snuffed. I suggest you go... I suggest you go to the LGD. This is nothing the police can manage. Very well, out of respect for Tung's friendship with your old master, I give you this chance. You have 3 moves. Break my cane and you may come with me. No, I can't. Do it. My master told me the debt that Uncle Tong owes Lin of Lungmen is also hers. No matter the circumstance, I must not disrespect. Do it. I'm afraid I can't. You coward. Unfold your fan. My name is not Lian. I am undeserving. Yet you hold her fan. Lian is not my name. Then your master died for nothing. Well executed. Master Lin, please forgive me. Stand up. I forced your hand, nothing to kneel for. Stay here in Lungmen for 5 years. After 5 years, I will send you back to Kobu City. What happens next, you'll have to figure out yourself. Come. Brother Nothing, are you really leaving? Stay in Lungmen, it's a nice place, no? I have yet to do what I must. Looks like we aren't keeping you here. Can we share one last drink then? Save it. If I make it back alive, we will share this drink. If that time comes, I suppose I won't be using this pseudonym anymore. Great. We await your return. So you really came back. That I did not expect. But I must return. I am indebted to you. I cannot well just pack up and leave. Ah, look how much of a smooth talker you've become. I wish you'd seen how nervous you were when we first met. Master Lin, at least save me some face. What's your plan after this? It's all over, but I've made enemies everywhere. It's not realistic for me to stay in my hometown. I've got a storefront downtown you can have. Not cheap though. Of course, I can't take what's yours without proper payment. So, this is your training hall, brother? Indeed it is. I named it Friendship, for friendship is wealth, as the saying goes. What do you think? Sounds kind of like a fitness center for the elderly. As long as it earns me good coin, why does it matter if this in this day and age that it's a fitness center for the elderly? Will anyone actually come? Oh, you charge the membership by the year too. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have no customers. I heard this is fashionable and recent. Excuse me, is this the fitness center? My oh my, please come this way, esteemed guest. We are a traditional young martial arts training center. I guarantee you'll find yourself most hale and hearty in no time. Oh, I see. Give me a minute. Let me find my card. You... Brother, nothing. Don't you think you're safe just because you're in Lungmen? You aren't getting away. Bastard, die! Brother, nothing. Are you alright? Open your eyes. Do I look alright? Hang in there. I'll call an ambulance right away. Save it. It's too late. I can tell. It's opening day and the blood has already been spilled. Just my luck. Stop crying. You are a big guy. It's nothing uncommon to see a fellow man die. I'm not... It's okay. This is how it's meant to be. Brother, nothing. Oh, so you aren't doing anything the rest of your life but avenging your master. You even had to kill yourself in your dream. Really, man? Did I just... Did you what? If I didn't come fetch you, you'd have started all over again from the moment you left Kobu. Now, get up and get to work. Why am I... Cruz, you're up! Beagle? Why are you still wearing your Rhode Island outfit? Hehe, we may be on vacation, but I really like it. See, this part here is nice, right? Is this your new place? Why don't you stay here for a few more days? I'll take good care of you. Yeah. Do we really need to go from here? Shh. Look over there. What a pain in the ass that Karen barely had anything to take. There is big of a crowd here too. If I knew it'd be this much trouble, I wouldn't have taken the job. No use complaining now, though. Hey, get the goods now moved over here. That's a pretty good spot. Be sure to mark it down. Bandits? Yeah, a messenger said it's not very safe on the mountains, so this is where they're all been hiding. Cruz, we need to hurry back and tell security. Why? We can take care of them. Cruz, let's not get ahead of... Hey, there's another caravan. Might be a merchant. We'll lose our chance if we don't hurry. I never expected you of all people to say that. Oh, look, they're on the move. I'll protect... Yep. What's wrong? Why did he pass out? I'm here. Wow, you took care of them all so quick. Even avoided their vitals so they were all incapacitated. When did you become such a badass? Let's go get the guards. Sure. Morning. Hey Cruz, did you sleep well? I had to go to bed early all of a sudden. How was I supposed to fall asleep fine? but you know how early the messengers leave. If you want to hitch a ride, you gotta head there early. Oh, don't be like that. We just want to get to see each other for a while. You can come visit me anytime. Oh, and be sure to tell Fang I said hello. I wonder how she's doing these days. Yeah. Okay, here's your luggage. I got it all packed up for you. Yeah. Alright, enough with the sad face. Smile, you'll get to see Fang real soon. Be sure to bring me some Colombian souvenirs. Yeah. See you, Cruz. We'll meet again, Beagle. See you. We'll meet again. You know that's not how things will end. What you will face on the path ahead will be far worse. I knew you'd be here. Sorry, but I won't let you pass, no matter what. What? Did I just... Finally awake, huh? We've been stuck here for a long time. Looks like you had a pretty sweet dream, though. Oh, sorry. It's nothing to apologize for, but we're running out of rations, Cruz. Better give it a shot. Head to the other side of the valley and see what's going on there. It's been way too long since we heard anything from the Bolivian army. Did they change their route or something? Beagle. Anyway, we gotta leave. The mission was over a long time ago. We need to report back to Rhode Island as well. No, this isn't right. This makes no sense. The emergency comms aren't working. But their camp shouldn't be that far away. Going by the operations map. Hey, where are you guys? Where are you guys? This... Beagle? Are you sure it's her? No way, how come... We'll have a detailed report later on. And, well, Cruz, we probably shouldn't get too involved in this mess. If Bolivar's really this complicated, there's nothing we can do for her. We need to head back to Rhode Island landship. You want me to stand by and watch her? No, I should have stopped her. I should have stopped her, but whatever it took. Hey, Cruz. Sorry, Nian, but I'm not in the mood to... Okay, turns out Dusk couldn't have given you guys a better life, even in your dreams. All she did was draw the rest of your lives out in the painting and let them play out again from the beginning. It's all fake anyway. Couldn't you have picked a better ending? What are you talking about? Don't worry, Nian's here to save the day. I'm her big sister after all. Cruz? Mr. Nothing? It's so dark here. What's going on? I thought I saw the umbrella boiler put on the flames that he just lit up. What's going on? I wonder how things are going with Saga. There's ground beneath my feet at least, but I gotta be careful. Lava! Nian, what are you doing here? Oh, don't worry, I'm the real 100% legit Nian you know and love, here to save you guys' ass. It's just, how should I put this? She sure threw you for a loop. I can't see anything. Hold up, I can kind of make something out. Is there someone over there? That's a trap. She's noticed that the thing I gave you is for, She noticed what the thing is I gave you is for, so she put all of you in some far-fetched, otherworldly dream right away. Too bad, got here a bit too late. How do we even do this? No idea. It's not that hard to carve a person's consciousness out of their minds. After all, the point wasn't going to give you guys a second life. Fundamentally, it's more like a kaleidoscope for you to reflect on and question yourselves. Whether it's a large mirror, a huge lake, or a vast sky full of stars, once you enter the painting, there is no way out. This is that almighty. I wonder why you alone are an exception, though. Or maybe it's cause we had all that hot pot together. Don't drag me into a mess like this for a reason like that. Anyway, thanks. Neon? Oh, it's nothing. Wanna hear another story? Unlike Dusk, I'm not some uptight shut-in who hates the outdoors. This one isn't going to be nearly as boring. Given the circumstances, I think we should worry about how to get out. You don't want to learn about how these people from the olden days fought off these Feramentus when they were years behind with their industry's population and Originium arts? The last time we changed the conversation like that, we ended up with that Dark Devastator stuff. Well, looks like you're interested. Whatever, go ahead. A long time ago, there existed many gods in the lands of Yan. The Yan Emperor at the time saw his territory prosper, but his people suffered disaster and misfortune one after another. He lamented his vicious cycle and spent a long time to come up with a solution. He was the true Lung, likely one of the most controversial men in Yan history. He was at the time still young in years, and his passion was unrivaled. As the Emperor of Yan, he turned to his trusted retinue and told them this. All the lands under heavens belong to the throne, and all the men are my servants. Why then do the divinities above listen not to the will of the people of Great Yan and deprive our lands of their protection? As you probably know, when the gods are brought up in a certain country's folklore or history, they aren't necessarily merely philosophical concepts. That said, they aren't exactly all that mighty and revered either. Case in point, the Long found one such god deep in the mountains, a prideful and disdainful god. Yan's long history was a brief stretch of time to him. Naturally, he didn't give any thought to the Lung's opinions, and he had no reason to care about the lives of mere mortals. Now, this is where the problem lies. The Lung was too concerned with his subjects and his country. He issued and personally led his entire military, joined by many a formidable fighter, to take to the mountains on this wild hunt. And beyond anyone's expectation, being that the Lung first uncovered there decided to betray his kin and his fellow deities. It divided up its own strength and participated in this once-in-a-lifetime wild hunt. After this great wild hunt, Yan slayed several of these gods who dared to stand up against the Lung, and all those unwilling to submit to his rule were exiled. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost. Yan paid a dear price, and that's how this controversy surrounding the true Lung came to be. But he personally didn't care about this, and his campaign continued for as long as the Lung lived. When he was finally old and frail, he found at last such being remaining. He found the last such being remaining in Yan's lands, the most ancient and the most sacred, the eternal being that chose to betray its kin for the Lung's cause. The traitor had already received the justice it deserved. When its kin left the lands of Yan, they also took care to put out its flames of arrogance. Thus, its true nature was laid bare to the Emperor. Anyway, its contributions had more than earned the Lung's mercy. Nonetheless, the Lung forced it to serve Yan. to serve heaven, the land, and its people, to keep the world at peace. Ever since, the fortunes of Yan have already belonged to the true Lung and his subjects. And at the same time, the so-called gods, though they had existed long before all the nations in the world came to be, they chose to hide themselves. They spread their own seeds across the land, placed the broken shards of their powers and souls, and let them take root in this world in their place. They still exist in all shapes and forms across Terra, though their numbers are nowhere as great as before. But they all learned their lesson. Now they're living across the world with everyone like one big family. Yep, it's a pretty good ending, don't you think? You. Many nations have risen in Terra, and each and one went through major changes throughout history. Yet beyond Yan, there isn't a dynasty, a human who can tell this tale to the ennobling of the gods. Yan is a real scary place. Anyway, let's blow this joint. I don't want to stay here any longer. This painting is Dusk's trump card. We've got her indecisiveness to thank, though. We wouldn't have a way out otherwise. How are you going to do that? What happened to us? My brain hurts. My benefactor cruise. Nothing. Where's Lava? Where's Saga? No idea. My benefactor. Are we back in Mount Hushi? Leave. Who are you? I'll say this one only once. Don't tell me you are Dusk. This was Nian's idea, wasn't it? I don't know who you people are, and I don't want to know what you've got to do with her. I don't care. Now leave. Don't tell me you are the villain behind it all. What if I am? For someone who dared to disrupt my tranquility over and over, this is no punishment at all. You don't mean it's all because of the firecrackers? You've got it all wrong. We weren't trying to... Wrong? Nian may be able to fool you, but she can't fool me. No matter what she says, I don't want to see her. Tell her that. That's... But what about Lava and Saga? They... Heavenly Forge. Take the bounty to the earth. What? Where? And smelt an edge to slice the sky. What? What? Where is this sound coming from? Get down. What in the world did you come up with again? Oh, it's just a big-ass firecracker. 8 feet long and 3 feet wide. Uses the latest and greatest technology never before seen in Terra for its ignition. You know how close I was? You could have at least warned me before you set the thing off. We didn't have time. She would have gotten away again. Isn't it right, my dear little sister? You... How dare you burn my art? Your art? Oh, I see. The moment we flung the door open, we've already stepped into the world of your painting, huh? Or are we in the middle of a hike? Maybe this whole mountain is just a fantasy that you've dreamed up. Oh, no wonder I could never find you, you unsociable loner. What? You're right. I mean, you can't possibly hide all that junk in a cottage that small, can you? Are you telling me none of you figured that out? I guess most people's cognitions and senses get affected, though. Can't blame you for not noticing then. It's just like how you wouldn't feel anything off, no matter what kind of weird dream you have in your sleep. Aha! You're mad. You're mad at me because I blew your little secret. I'll beat you up and send you back to that mausoleum, big sis. And that place was destroyed long ago. Oh, perfect then. It's time to build a new one, and we'll give it its design a little more thought this time. You haven't changed at all. Always such a foul mouth when you're pissed. Did you just call me big sis, though? You heard that right. After all, when you have to kill someone, it costs nothing to be cordial. Don't worry, my little sister. How many times have you defeated me? Don't be so confident. May all bark and no bite. My all bark and no bite, big sister. Well, I wonder about that, my cocky little sister. Cruz, Mr. Nothing, hide. Heavenly Forge, take the bounty of the earth and smelt an edge to slice the sky. Star-shrouded snow, hidden moon, let the crude mouth's water sweep the streams. Alright, and now for the after stage story. You're extremely bad-tempered. You don't ever talk. You get mad all of a sudden, and your attitude is completely terrible. No wonder I, your own sister, am the only one willing to take care of you. You don't get along with that silly birdsmith because you two don't accept it. Both bird and art rose from the same source. You don't get along with me because you don't want to try hot pot that's even a bit spicy. If you ever come up with those silly dishes like metal crab ice cream pot again, I really won't have a clue what to do with you. Enough talk. I'm guessing you're trying to drag this out by spewing nonsense because you're exhausted already. You haven't gotten even a bit of shut-eye all these years. Pulling an all-nighter may help you keep your clear head better than losing a couple hours of sleep, but the fatigue adds up and wears you out. Oh, I get it. You're scared. You know yourself better than anyone, and you know you're part of the painting too. And you're afraid you'll cease to exist when you wake up. Shut up. Oh, calm down. We all need to face the truth about ourselves. That's not something we can run from. I didn't know you could get this sentimental. Perhaps you got a little too much sleep. By the time we wake up and gaze upon this world, both you and I as we exist right now will disappear without a trace. Not only that, we will still set this whole world ablaze with our flames of rage. The humiliation and resentment inside me will burn as well, up until the moment our ties are cut. And I won't be particularly happy about that. You'll resist it. Nonsense. How will you, a mere part of the body, take on the whole? I think I used that analogy before. Enough of your smooth talk. We don't have time. Yeah, I know. I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Before we... Actually, I guess since we've broken it off with those lunatics, it's not really we anymore. Before it awakens, we need to be fully prepared. We have to be able to do this, no matter what kind of strength we need to borrow. And we aren't doing this for anything. It's only for ourselves and the things we love. Also, I'm sure you noticed, some of the siblings are on our side. Some don't care, and and there are some who are absolutely nutjobs. Impossible. Really? Don't you actually have a few ideas about who those nutjobs are? They're all close to the true Lung. What chance do they... No. That's not right. What are you doing? Being more confused than I am? Just take a look back at our long history. How many times have you seen so much as a peep out of those guys? These days, even the big shots who like to throw their weight around send their messengers to lounge in that little temple's side hall. It's not gonna fool me, and it's not gonna fool anyone. Shackles can't keep you down now, can they? If not, then what? Uh, then what makes you think anything can keep the others down? Anyway, we really don't have much time left. It doesn't matter who drove us into this corner. That's just not me. Do you remember the last time you had a good night's sleep? Oh man, that was close. You really don't think much of your art, do you? You painted these yourself, and to think you were just lecturing me about that. Enough nonsense. Guessing you're not gonna admit it? Not necessarily. What you said is worth giving it a little thought to. But what does any of that have to do with the Rhode Island place? What does that have to do with what it is you want to accomplish? You could go check it out yourself. It's a great place. A fair amount of us have already come to accept this fate. We'll disappear and it will awaken. We will become anew. We will become I anew. Before... Okay, I thought that I was strangely highlighted. It's just the background. We will become I anew before we all cease to exist as the destruction of the great Yan cities rings in the air. Is there any point in that? That's the answer you came up with after all these years? A little too sappy, don't you think? What happened to the naughty, arrogant dusk I remember? Ah, whatever. If this goes on, we'll run out of paintings to mess up. Wait, not again. Oh, check this out. This is top of the line. It's 8 feet wide, 3.5 tall. Ignite with materials never before seen in Terra. My beloved two-step firecracker. Yeah, we're back. Nian. My benefactor, there seems to be a burnt smell lingering in the air. Nian's winking at us. We should probably stay away. Nothing good can come of that. Well, I've said all there is to say. I try to reason with you even. What do you think? I told you right from the start. What good does locking yourself away in the paintings do anyway? Come with me to Rhode Island. It'll be just fun there. Let's get the other guys, and hey, we can have a little family reunion over at Rhodes. We can, then we can really suss out our sisterly issues along with the rest. Rhode Island, what does that place have that's worth your persistence? And you want to bring everyone there? Huh, that's more absurd than us declaring war on Yan right now. If you won't come willingly, I can't just stand here and watch you lose your mind and disappear without a peep. That's your problem. Don't tell me we're gonna have to fight this one out. That's your problem too. Dueling is incredibly boring, and as a way to resolve differences, it went out of fashion centuries ago. But I will say that you really gotten under my skin today. Lava? Huh? Stay away. Get out of the mountain and go somewhere else. What's about to go down, there is no room for you guys to interfere. Where am I? Oh, have I returned already? Is that not Lava, Cruz, and Mr. Nothing too? Huh, my good sir, and who might this be? Oh, art thou perchance the master's sister? My, 'tis a pleasure to meet thee. My name is Saga, a wandering monk from the far land of Higashi. Huh, this is getting interesting. Why the suspicious stare, may I ask? Oh, mayhaps this there is rice on my face. You... rice? I had a magnificent vegetarian feast with many a great number of myself. Verily, the taste brought me back. It hath left me the most satisfied. How did you... Beg pardon? How did you leave my scroll? I am afraid I know not how. I merely returned. All I recall is that the first person who I met is me as I am now, and the last person who I met is also me as I am right now. Everything that occurred between is but a faint haze, likely my random thoughts. I walked alongside myself, the me in the painting sharing conversations unto today, and we walked from Yan all the way back to the monastery. The moment I swung the door open and entered, I remember my head priest's paintings and the words he spoke as he lamented. Lamented? He said, "The mountains are but mountains, and the water is yet water." Just then I noticed there was but a mirror in front of me. In a blink of mine eye, I found myself here. One final note, I must admit that the other me, having become a heavy gambler, did rather frighten me. It seems I must not take up gambling. No wonder. Looks like your master reasoned with you just as much as I did. That little punk of a monk. He never saw in the scroll anything he saw in life, so it was just mountains and waters to him. Don't be so rash, sore loser, my little sister. You're embarrassing yourself. You were woken twice, but your perceptiveness and reasoning is very beyond my expectations. Remember how we made a bet a long time ago? You lost. Oh, don't even try to deny it. I know there's way more than one person who made it through the boundaries of your imagination. I will let the prior ones slide, but this happened right before my eyes. You can stop blowing your own horn just because you're right. It'll be the end of you one day. Remember what they said. There's always ways to turn things around. Turn things around. Fine. Very well, you've won. There's no point in making a stand over this. I'll just stand by and see how far you can take it. I guarantee you'll in for a surprise, my good little sister. Lava, nice work. Your sister doesn't seem very happy. Should we just leave her alone? Oh, she's fine. She's locked herself away in her paintings for years. Having to deal with this many people is probably asking too much for her right now. Just pretend she's got some anxiety disorder or that she's shy. Oh, if you're trying to strike up a conversation, you're just gonna get yelled at. Nothing, yelled at nothing, bro. You don't want to bring that on yourself. Alright. So I guess that wraps up the mission. How did you get here anyway? I've got my ways. What's our next step? Find ourselves a car or something and head back to Rhode Island? Might as well take a few steps on the way to get grub. Make it a fun road trip. Kobo is known for its fine, exquisite food. If you ask me, though, I think they're tasteless and boring. Blasphemy, you'll find no finer delicacy than the scale bass here toward the end of autumn. They are plump and delicious, the perfect complement to the green mountains and rivers around us. Oh, scale bass is fine, but it's no match for a hot pot paired with booze. I should have the kid show you how wrong you are. The broad variety of Yan cuisine will open your eyes. Even hot pot is a subject of study and debate. Given how quick with the tongue you are, I can't imagine you being an expert on the subject. Oh, open my eyes? That's a bit rich coming from someone who eats nothing but ink. Please, I wouldn't dare to lecture anyone on cuisine. Look at what you're wearing, though. It reminds me of freshly planted chilies. Hey, let's stop it, okay? And here I thought you two finally calm down. Cruz, help me out here. I just looked up the route back. We're gonna hit 17 restaurants well known for their local specialities. This will do, right? Um, yeah, I suppose it'll work. My benefactors. My benefactors. I have something I would like to mention. What is it now? You're acting so weird, it's freaking me out. Well, you see, I was hoping to make my way to Lugman to find myself a job, but it appears you're all employed by this Rhode Island. Is this island maybe hiring? I can do anything. I am healthy and hale, quite ripped even. And I most certainly am not afraid of the infected. I guarantee you'll get your money's worth. You could come with us and take the exam, but I can't really promise you anything. Very well, then please allow me to accompany you on your journey. This is turning into a party. Master. Yes. I shall never forget the time I spent in the Die Scrolls. You needn't remember it. I am afraid these memories will stay with me for the rest of my life. Unlike thee, life is short for me. You have my pity. How's your master now? My head priest yet lives, though he is already a century and a score in age, though wilt find him quite hale and healthy. Right. So you're going with them? No, I'm afraid not. I wish to continue my travels far and wide, leaving none behind. I have a dream. Be that as it may, Lava has been a kind friend. Surely this Rhode Island must be a place of many fascinations. Should we have the chance, I wish to pay it a visit. I am afraid I know not what when that will be, however. Huh, isn't that nice? You guys have that privilege now. Why, I quite envy thee instead, Master Dusk. Thou need not take a step outside to enjoy the fine landscapes even thousands of miles away. If you've seen as many mountains as I have, life isn't going to be that much more interesting, no matter how many thousands of miles you travel. Crude mounts utmost risen. If you ever meet him again, tell him this one extra stroke wasn't bad. Mr. Nothing, there's been a car tailing us for a while now. Looks like they're here for you. Need any help? I won't trouble you, so allow me to take care of this myself. What happened to the promise to your master? Why, I needn't use the fan to take care of these hooligans. If they dare do evil beyond the city gates under broad daylight, then there truly is no law and order left in this world. I'll teach them a lesson today. Look, there are two more cars now. Some of them have weapons too. Looks like they're bent on making a ruckus. My benefactors? Well, if they mean us harm, let's do this. Alright, and let's finish this long ass recording with the little after story titled A Question's Answer. It's autumn. The hawthorns have sweetened around this time. The children most loved eating hawthorn fruits. It's another day. How much life do I still have left? When I shut my eyes, I remember so many things of the past, and all night I'm sleepless. Dusk, why are you here? You don't seem shocked at all. Living to this age, the things that shock you dwindle fast. While talking to you about this, it all pales in comparison. We haven't seen each other for how many years? I can't remember, likely decades. You really are Dusk. You still remember me? How do you know? How do you know you're not in one of my paintings with the life you've lived? I shouldn't be. Are you that sure? Dusk, you saved me and I lived in your paintings for such a long time. I can tell it apart. This is the best we made, whether there come a day I'd see through your paintings at a glance, through your words, and through you. But ever since we parted that day, you never saw me again. I thought I'd never have another chance to talk with you again. Those who can talk with me like this are few in the first place. For such a long time I thought back again and again to those days, that pavilion far from catastrophes, famine, refuge. A normal pavilion. It was just like a dream. I believed you'd be quite a good painter. All your life you never actually took up the brush. Wasn't that such a waste of my teaching? Painter. A painter, a great painter. After meeting you, who could still call themselves a painter? There have been a seldom few. All of them were strange people. Then I really have disappointed you. Who knows? Just maybe you surprised me more than anyone else. Oh, sorry. Was that Dusk speaking? Yeah, that was us speaking, sorry. Meeting again after so many years, it's likely we don't have much to say. I'm so old and worn. I finished this life of mine, and you're still the same as you ever. Do you have anything you'd like to talk about? No, I'm very content. You saved me. You gave me the chance to keep living. And even here on my deathbed, you've come. I'm so grateful, Dusk, to see you still looking like this. Your eyes. I'm very old, Dusk. Illness has tormented me for many years. I somehow want to ask you, now watching the people you know die one by one, do you ever feel lonely? What kind of nonsense is that? Then what goes through your mind? Sometimes I feel sorry, sometimes I feel rueful too. Look at you, finally willing to speak the truth. Do you still remember what I told you about my hometown utterly ruined by catastrophe? It's already far too far away to try and remember now. It's the reflection in my memories. It isn't behind me anymore. They're a distant place in front of me. I never took up my own brush, because if I ever tried in my life to paint, I would only paint my hometown. You clearly can't remember anything of it. That's right, even if I cast my mind back, apart from the single name of Po Shan village, I wouldn't remember a single thing. It doesn't have much in the way of good memories, but I always ended up dreaming of it, dreaming of so many homelands. Tell me, in all this lifetime, where is it I've wanted to return? Dusk? Could you help me paint Po Shan village? I only remember next to my house was a pawn shop. Its bookkeeper wore such beautiful clothes, so gentle and elegant. When I was young, I thought I'd like to be a bookkeeper too. The village didn't have any of those strange moving plates. It was farm fields and gathering places growing unrestrained. And wherever they were made, people would be, just like oilseed flowers. If you wandered a little too far, you'd see a distant mountain. That mountain always got lost there in my dreams. There were terrible monsters there, catastrophe clouds floating around its peak. That's the landscape I can remember most clearly. Without me saying much more, you have a sense of it too, don't you? Of course, not a single part missing. How I wish the years could have stayed where I was young, us living on that mountain, me learning to paint from you, helping you, sometimes to grind the ink. Dusk? You've met so many oddities. You've seen so many changes in the land. Tell me your view for me. Would you say would you say I lived a blessed life? Yo, you're up. Rhode Island. I've come to understand why you wanted to bring me here. There's all of these people. Wanna go for Mahjong? We're missing a fourth. You get out of here. I'm not going. Hey, you were all pumped to watch movies last night and now you're gone cold kiddo mode again? It's no big deal to like movies. I've got a jumbo collection here. What even are all those churned out cutout and paste covers, completely meaningless, long names, and just watching makes you fed up? Get rid of them. How could you say that? I've seen no shortage of operators' archives. What kind of person is this doctor? Oh, you sneaked them out. Didn't set closure off. You mean that young devil? She didn't mind me. I went there directly. What? Why would... Is she just aiming at me? Rhode Island. What relationship does the censor have with Rhode Island? That's another thing entirely. It's no problem, so don't get worked up. Lizzie's a down-and-out exile, and she doesn't ever come to Rhode Island. You mind her that much? We're officials out there hassling you. I don't pay mind to that little censor, but I care about where her lay fowl originates from. Her master and those elders always watching over us are no end of trouble. You say I was bound in my own circle. He burned scrolls outright, set throughout fire to the mountains and rivers before my eyes, bent on teaching me a lesson. I'm not like you. You get someone constantly berating you, and it never dawns on you that you're bugging them. I annoyed him. I annoyed him to the point I could die. There's nothing I can do with him. Oh, some pretty wild stuff went down, huh? You still haven't told me. What kind of person is this doctor and that cult sit? What does you staying here have to do with this, with the two of them? Also, where are they currently? Alrighty, I'll tell you everything. And this way you'll learn why I like this place so much. Oh, and there we go. Oh boy, this will be a very ultra long thing. But okay. There we go. This is the entire thing. And no, I did not... Ooh, boys. I did not record this in one just single sitting. Well, I did record this in one single afternoon to evening, but I did it with a couple of breaks. You can probably notice them during the video where I hit the stop. But yeah, anyway, I hope everybody liked that. Or if you didn't, it's fine as well. But yeah, anyway, I need to go and relax my voice for a little bit at least. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. This has been Jacob with a narration for the Who is Real side story in Arknights. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.